Chapter 11, Part 1 of The Lost Girl by D. H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Honourable Engagement. For days after joining the Natcha Kee Tawaras, Alvina was very quiet, subdued, and rather remote, sensible of her humiliating position as a hanger-on. They none of them took much notice of her. They drifted on, rather disjointedly. The cordiality, the joie de vivre, did not revive. Madame was a little irritable, and very exacting, and inclined to be spiteful. Ciccio went his way with Geoffrey. In the second week, Madame found out that a man had been surreptitiously inquiring about them at their lodgings, from the landlady and the landlady's blowsy daughter. It must have been a detective, some shoddy detective. Madame waited. Then she sent Max over to Mansfield on some fictitious errand. Yes, the lousy-looking dogs of detectives had been there too, making the most minute enquiries as to the behaviour of the Natcha Kee Tawaras, what they did, how their sleeping was arranged, how Madame addressed the men, what attitude the men took towards Alvina. Madame waited again, and again, when they moved to Doncaster, the same two mongrel-looking fellows were lurking in the street, and plying the inmates of their lodging-house with questions. All the Natchas caught sight of the men, and Madame cleverly wormed out of the righteous and respectable landlady what the men had asked. Once more it was about the sleeping accommodation, whether the landlady heard anything in the night, whether she noticed anything in the bedrooms, in the beds. No doubt about it, the Natcha Kee Tawaras were under suspicion. They were being followed and watched. What for? Madame made a shrewd guess. "They want to say we are immoral foreigners," she said. "But what have our personal morals got to do with them?" said Max angrily. "Yes, but the English, they are so pure," said Madame. "You know," said Louis, "somebody must have put them up to it." "Perhaps," said Madame, "somebody on account of ALLAYE." Alvina went white. "Yes," said Geoffrey, "white slave traffic. Mr. May said it." Madame slowly nodded. "Mr. May," she said. "Mr. May! It is he. He knows all about morals and immorals. Yes, I know. Yes, yes, yes! He suspects all our immoral doings, mes braves." "But there aren't any, except mine," cried Alvina, pale to the lips. "You! There you are." Madame smiled archly, and rather mockingly. "What are we to do?" said Max, pale on the cheek-bones. "Curse them! Curse them!" Louis was muttering in his rolling accent. "Wait," said Madame, "wait. They will not do anything to us. You are only dirty foreigners, mes braves. At the most they will ask us only to leave their pure country." "We don't interfere with none of them," cried Max. "Curse them!" muttered Louis. "Never mind, mon cher. You are in a pure country. Let us wait." "If you think it's me," said Alvina, "I can go away." "Oh, my dear, you are only the excuse," said Madame, smiling indulgently at her. "Let us wait and see." She took it smilingly, but her cheeks were white as paper, and her eyes black as drops of ink with anger. "Wait and see," she chanted ironically. "Wait and see. If we must leave the dear country, then adieu." And she gravely bowed to an imaginary England. "I feel it's my fault. I feel I ought to go away," cried Alvina, who was terribly distressed, seeing Madame's glitter and pallor, and the black brows of the men. Never had Ciccio's brow looked so ominously black, and Alvina felt it was all her fault. Never had she experienced such a horrible feeling, as if something repulsive were creeping on her from behind. Every minute of these weeks was a horror to her. The sense of the low-down dogs of detectives hanging round, sliding behind them, trying to get hold of some clear proof of immorality on their part. And then, the unknown vengeance of the authorities. All the repulsive secrecy, and all the absolute power of the police authorities. The sense of a great malevolent power which had them all the time in its grip, and was watching, feeling, waiting to strike the morbid blow. The sense of the utter helplessness of individuals who were not even accused, only watched and enmeshed. The feeling that they, the Natchakee-Tawaras, herself included, must be monsters of hideous vice to have provoked all this. And yet the sane knowledge that they, none of them, were monsters of vice, this was quite killing. The sight of a policeman would send up Alvina's heart in a flame of fear, agony. Yet she knew she had nothing legally to be afraid of. Every knock at the door was horrible. She simply could not understand it. Yet there it was. They were watched, followed. Of that there was no question. And all she could imagine was that the troop was secretly accused of white slave traffic by somebody in Woodhouse. Probably Mr. May had gone the round of the benevolent magnates of Woodhouse, concerning himself with her virtue and currying favour with his concern. Of this she became convinced, that it was concern for her virtue which had started the whole business, and that the first instigator was Mr. May, who had got round some vulgar magistrate or county councillor. Madame did not consider Alvina's view very seriously. She thought it was some personal malevolence against the Tawaras themselves, probably put up by some other professionals with whom Madame was not popular. Be that as it may, for some weeks they went about in the shadow of this repulsive finger which was following after them, to touch them and destroy them with the black smear of shame. The men were silent and inclined to be sulky. They seemed to hold together. They seemed to be united into a strong, four-square silence and tension. They kept to themselves, and Alvina kept to herself, and Madame kept to herself. So they went about. And slowly the cloud melted. It never broke. Alvina felt that the very force of the sullen, silent fearlessness and fury in the Tawaras had prevented its bursting. Once there had been a weakening, a cringing, they would all have been lost. But their hearts hardened with black, indomitable anger, and the cloud melted, it passed away. There was no sign. Early summer was now at hand. Alvina no longer felt at home with the Natchas. While the trouble was hanging over, they seemed to ignore her altogether. The men hardly spoke to her. They hardly spoke to Madame, for that matter. They kept within the four-square enclosure of themselves. But Alvina felt herself particularly excluded, left out. And when the trouble of the detectives began to pass off, and the men became more cheerful again, wanted her to jest and be familiar with them, she responded verbally. But in her heart there was no response. Madame had been quite generous with her. She allowed her to pay for her room and the expense of travelling, but she had her food with the rest. Wherever she was, Madame bought the food for the party, and cooked it herself, and Alvina came in with the rest. She paid no board. She waited, however, for Madame to suggest a small salary, or at least that the troop should pay her living expenses, but Madame did not make such a suggestion. So Alvina knew she was not very badly wanted, and she guarded her money, and watched for some other opportunity. It became her habit to go every morning to the public library of the town in which she found herself, to look through the advertisements for maternity nurses, for nursery governesses, pianists, travelling companions, even ladies' maids. For some weeks she found nothing, though she wrote several letters. One morning Ciccio, who had begun to hang round her again, accompanied her as she set out to the library, but her heart was closed against him. "Why are you going to the library?" he asked her. It was in Lancaster. "To look at the papers and magazines." "Ah, to find a job, eh?" His cuteness startled her for a moment. "If I found one I should take it," she said. "Here, I know that," he said. It so happened that that very morning she saw on the notice board of the library an announcement that the Borough Council wished to engage the services of an experienced maternity nurse, applications to be made to the medical board. Alvina wrote down the directions. Ciccio watched her. "What is a maternity nurse?" he said. "An accoucheuse," she said, "the nurse who attends when babies are born." "Do you know how to do that?" he said, incredulous and jeering slightly. "I was trained to do it," she said. He said no more, but walked by her side as she returned to the lodgings. As they drew near the lodgings, he said, "You don't want to stop with us any more?" "I can't," she said. He made a slight mocking gesture. "I can't," he repeated. "Why do you always say you can't?" "Because I can't," she said. "Poof!" he went with a whistling sound of contempt. But she went indoors to her room. Fortunately, when she had finally cleared her things from Manchester House, she had brought with her her nurse's certificate and recommendations from doctors. She wrote out her application, took the tram to the town hall, and dropped it in the letter box there. Then she wired home to her doctor for another reference. After which she went to the library and got out a book on her subject. If summoned, she would have to go before the medical board on Monday. She had a week. She read and pondered hard, recalling all her previous experience and knowledge. She wondered if she ought to appear before the board in uniform. Her nurse's dresses were packed in her trunk at Mrs. Slaney's in Woodhouse. It was now May. The whole business at Woodhouse was finished. Manchester House and all the furniture was sold to some boot and shoe people. At least the boot and shoe people had the house. They had given £4,000 for it, which was above the lawyer's estimate. On the other hand, the theatre was sold for almost nothing. It all worked out that some £33, which the creditors made up to £50, remained for Alvina. She insisted on Miss Pinnegar's having half of this. And so that was all over. Miss Pinnegar was already in Tamworth, and her little shop would be opened next week. She wrote happily and excitedly about it. Sometimes fate acts swiftly and without a hitch. On Thursday Alvina received her notice that she was to appear before the board on the following Monday, and yet she could not bring herself to speak of it to Madame till the Saturday evening. When they were all at supper, she said, "Madame, I applied for a post of maternity nurse to the borough of Lancaster." Madame raised her eyebrows. Ciccio had said nothing. "Oh, really? You never told me." "I thought it would be no use if it all came to nothing. They want me to go and see them on Monday, and then they will decide." "Really? Do they? On Monday? And then if you get this work you will stay here, yes?" "Yes, of course." "Of course, of course, yes. And if not?" The two women looked at each other. "What?" said Alvina. "If you don't get it. You are not sure?" "No," said Alvina. "I'm not a bit sure." "Well then—" "Now, and if you don't get it?" "What shall I do, you mean?" "Yes, what shall you do?" "I don't know." "How? You don't know? Shall you come back to us then?" "I will if you like." "If I like! If I like! Come, it is not a question of if I like. It is what do you want to do yourself?" "I feel you don't want me very badly," said Alvina. "Why? Why do you feel? Who makes you? Which of us makes you feel so? Tell me." "Nobody in particular. But I feel it." "Oh, well, if nobody makes you, and yet you feel it, it must be in yourself, don't you see? Eh? Isn't it so?" "Perhaps it is," admitted Alvina. "Well, then. Well. So Madame gave her congé. But if you like to come back, if you like, then," Madame shrugged her shoulders, "you must come, I suppose." "Thank you," said Alvina. The young men were watching. They seemed indifferent. Ciccio turned aside, with his faint, stupid smile. In the morning Madame gave Alvina all her belongings, from the little safe she called her bank. "There is the money, so and so and so. That is correct. Please count it once more." Alvina counted it and kept it clutched in her hand. "And there are your rings, and your chain, and your locket. See? All, everything. But not the brooch. Where is the brooch? Here! Shall I give it back, eh?" "I gave it to you," said Alvina, offended. She looked into Madame's black eyes. Madame dropped her eyes. "Yes, you gave it. But I thought, you see, as you have now not much money, perhaps you would like to take it again." "No, thank you," said Alvina. And she went away, leaving Madame with the red brooch in her plump hand. "Thank goodness I've given her something valuable," thought Alvina to herself, as she went trembling to her room. She had packed her bag. She had to find new rooms. She bade good-bye to the Natchitowaras. Her face was cold and distant, but she smiled slightly as she bade them good-bye. "And perhaps," said Madame, "perhaps you will come to Wigan tomorrow afternoon, or evening, yes?" "Thank you," said Alvina. She went out and found a little hotel, where she took her room for the night, explaining the cause of her visit to Lancaster. Her heart was hard and burning. A deep, burning, silent anger against everything possessed her, and a profound indifference to mankind. And therefore, the next day, everything went as if by magic. She had decided that at the least sign of indifference from the medical board people she would walk away, take her bag, and go to Windermere. She had never been to the Lakes, and Windermere was not far off. She would not endure one single hint of contumely from any one else. She would go straight to Windermere, to see the big lake. Why not do as she wished? She could be quite happy by herself among the lakes, and she would be absolutely free. Absolutely free. She rather looked forward to leaving the town hall, hurrying to take her bag and off to the station and freedom. Hadn't she still got about £100? Why bother for one moment? To be quite alone in the whole world, and quite free, with her £100, the prospect attracted her sincerely. And therefore everything went charmingly at the town hall. The medical board were charming to her. Charming. There was no hesitation at all. From the first moment she was engaged, and she was given a pleasant room in a hospital, in a garden, and the matron was charming to her, and the doctors most courteous. When could she undertake to commence her duties? When did they want her? The very moment she could come. She could begin tomorrow. But she had no uniform. Oh, the matron would lend her uniform and aprons till her box arrived. So there she was, by afternoon, installed in her pleasant little room looking on the garden, and dressed in a nurse's uniform. It was all sudden like magic. She had wired to Madame. She had wired for her box. She was another person. Needless to say, she was glad. Needless to say that, in the morning, when she had thoroughly bathed and dressed in clean clothes, and put on the white dress, the white apron, and the white cap, she felt another person. So clean. She felt so thankful. Her skin seemed caressed and live with cleanliness and whiteness. Luminous she felt. It was so different from being with the Natchers. In the garden the snowballs, guelder roses, swayed softly among green foliage. There was pink may-blossom, and single scarlet may-blossom, and underneath the young green of the trees, irises rearing purple and moth-white. A young gardener was working, and a convalescent slowly trailed a few paces. Having 10 minutes still, Alvina sat down and wrote to Ciccio. "I am glad I have got this post as nurse here. Every one is most kind, and I feel at home already. I feel quite happy here. I shall think of my days with the Natchitowaras, and of you, who were such a stranger to me. Good-bye. A.H." This she addressed it and posted. No doubt Madame would find occasion to read it, but let her. Alvina now settled down to her new work. There was of course a great deal to do, for she had work both in the hospital and out in the town, though chiefly out in the town. She went rapidly from case to case, as she was summoned, and she was summoned at all hours, so that it was tiring work, which left her no time to herself, except just in snatches. She had no serious acquaintance with anybody. She was too busy. The matron and sisters and doctors and patients were all part of her day's work, and she regarded them as such. The men she chiefly ignored. She felt much more friendly with the matron. She had many a cup of tea and many a chat in the matron's room, in the quiet, sunny afternoons when the work was not pressing. Alvina took her quiet moments when she could, for she never knew when she would be rung up by one or other of the doctors in the town. And so, from the matron, she learnt to crochet. It was work she had never taken to, but now she had her ball of cotton and her hook, and she worked away as she chatted. She was in good health, and she was getting fatter again. With the Natchitowaras she had improved a good deal. Her colour and her strength had returned. but undoubtedly the nursing life, arduous as it was, suited her best. She became a handsome, reposeful woman, jolly with the other nurses, really happy with her friend the matron, who was well bred and wise, and never over intimate. The doctor with whom Alvina had most to do was a Dr. Mitchell, a Scotchman. He had a large practice among the poor, and was an energetic man. He was about 54 years old, tall, largely built, with a good figure, but with extraordinarily large feet and hands. His face was red and clean-shaven, his eyes blue, his teeth very good. He laughed and talked rather mouthingly. Alvina, who knew what the nurses told her, knew that he had come as a poor boy and bottle-washer to Dr. Robertson, a fellow Scotchman, and that he had made his way up gradually till he became a doctor himself, and had an independent practice. Now he was quite rich, and a bachelor. But the nurses did not set their bonnets at him very much, because he was rather mouthy and overbearing. In the houses of the poor he was a great autocrat. "What is that stuff you've got there?" he inquired largely, seeing a bottle of somebody's soothing syrup by a poor woman's bedside. "Take it and throw it down the sink. And the next time you want a soothing syrup, put a little boot blacking in hot water. It'll do you just as much good." Imagine the slow, pompous, large-mouthed way in which the red-faced, handsomely built man pronounced these words, and you realise why the poor set such store by him. He was eagle-eyed. Wherever he went there was a scuffle directly his foot was heard on the stairs, and he knew they were hiding something. He sniffed the air, he glanced round with a sharp eye, and during the course of his visit picked up a blue mug which was pushed behind the looking-glass. He peered inside and smelled it. "Stout?" he said, in a tone of indignant inquiry. God Almighty would presumably take on just such a tone, finding the core of an apple flung away among the dead nettle of paradise. "Stout? Have you been drinking stout?" This as he gazed down on the wan mother in the bed. "They gave me a drop, doctor. I felt that low." The doctor marched out of the room, still holding the mug in his hand. The sick woman watched him with haunted eyes. The attendant women threw up their hands and looked at one another. Was he going for ever? There came a sudden smash. The doctor had flung the blue mug downstairs. He returned with a solemn stride. "There," he said, "and the next person that gives you stout will be thrown down along with the mug." "Oh, doctor, the bit o' comfort," wailed the sick woman. "It'd never do me no harm." "Harm! Harm! With a stomach as weak as yours! Harm! Do you know better than I do? What have I come here for? To be told by you what will do you harm and what won't? It appears to me you need no doctor here. You know everything already." "Oh no, doctor, it's not like that. But when you feel as if you'd sink through the bed, and you don't know what to do with yourself, take a little beef tea, or a little rice pudding. Take nourishment. Don't take that muck. Do you hear?" Charging upon the attendant women, who shrank against the wall. "She's to have nothing alcoholic at all, and don't let me catch you giving it her." "They say there's nobbut 4% stout," retorted the daring female. 4%, mimicked the doctor brutally. "Why, what does an ignorant creature like you know about 4%? The woman muttered a little under her breath. "What? Speak out. Let me hear what you've got to say, my woman. I've no doubt it's something for my benefit." But the affronted woman rushed out of the room, and burst into tears on the landing. After which Dr. Mitchell, mollified, largely told the patient how she was to behave, concluding, "Nourishment! Nourishment is what you want. Nonsense, don't tell me you can't take it. Push it down if it won't go down by itself. Oh, doctor, don't say 'oh, doctor' to me. Do as I tell you. That's your business." After which he marched out, and the rattle of his motor car was shortly heard. Alvina got used to scenes like these. She wondered why the people stood it, but soon she realised that they loved it, particularly the women. "Oh, nurse, stop till Dr. Mitchell's been. I'm scared to death of him, for fear he's going to shout at me." "Why does everybody put up with him?" asked innocent Alvina. "Oh, he's good-hearted, nurse. He does feel for you." And everywhere it was the same. "Oh, he's got a heart, you know. He's rough, but he's got a heart. I'd rather have him than your smarmy, sloming sort. Oh, you feel safe with Dr. Mitchell. I don't care what you say." But to Alvina this peculiar form of blustering, bullying heart which had all the women scurrying like chickens was not particularly attractive. The men did not like Dr. Mitchell, and would not have him if possible. Yet since he was club doctor and panel doctor, they had to submit. The first thing he said to a sick or injured labourer invariably was, "And keep off the beer. Oh, aye, keep off the beer, or I shan't set foot in this house again. Thou's got a red enough face on thee, thou nedna shat. My face is red with exposure to all weathers, attending ignorant people like you. I never touch alcohol in any form. No, and I dunna. I drink a drop of beer, if that's what you call touching alcohol, and I'm none the worse for it, thou sees. You've heard what I've told you?" "Aye, I have." "And if you go on with the beer, you may go on with curing yourself. I shan't attend you. You know I mean what I say, Mrs. Larrick." This to the wife. "I do, doctor, and I know it's true what you say, and I'm at him night and day about it." "Oh, well, if he'll hear no reason, he must suffer for it. He mustn't think I'm going to be running after him, if he disobeys my orders." And the doctor stalked off, and the woman began to complain. None the less the women had their complaints against Dr. Mitchell. If ever Alvina entered a clean house on a wet day, she was sure to hear the housewife chuntering. "Oh, my Lord, come in, nurse. What a day! Doctor's not been yet, and he's bound to come now I've just cleaned up, traipsing wi' his great feet. He's got the biggest understandings of any man i' Lancaster. My husband says they're the best pair of pasties i' th' kingdom. And he does make such a mess, for he never stops to wipe his feet on th' mat, marches straight up your clean stairs." "Why don't you tell him to wipe his feet?" said Alvina. "Oh, my word, fancy me telling him! He'd jump down my throat with both feet afore I'd opened my mouth. He's not to be spoken to, he isn't. He's my lord, he is. You mustn't look or you're done for." Alvina laughed. She knew they all liked him for browbeating them, and having a heart over and above. Sometimes he was given a good hit, though nearly always by a man. It happened he was in a workman's house when the man was at dinner. "Canna you gie a man summat better nor this here pap, missus?" said the hairy husband, turning up his nose at the rice pudding. "Oh, go on," cried the wife. "I hadn't time for aught else." Dr. Mitchell was just stooping his handsome figure in the doorway. "Rice pudding!" he exclaimed largely. "You couldn't have anything more wholesome and nourishing. I have a rice pudding every day of my life. Every day of my life I do." The man was eating his pudding and pearling his big moustache copiously with it. He did not answer. "Do you, doctor?" cried the woman. "And never no different?" "Never," said the doctor. "Fancy that! You're that fond of 'em. I find they agree with me. They are light and digestible, and my stomach is as weak as a baby's." The labourer wiped his big moustache on his sleeve. "Mine isna, thou sees," he said, "so pap's no use. Swatter to me. I want to feel as I've had summat. A bit of suety dumpling and a pint of ale, summat to fill th' thole up, and that'd be th' same if thou did my work." "If I did your work," sneered the doctor, "why, I do 10 times the work that any one of you does. It's just the work that has ruined my digestion, the never getting a quiet meal, and never a whole night's rest. When do you think I can sit at table and digest my dinner? I have to be off looking after people like you." "Eh, thou could take the titty bottle with thee," said the labourer. But Dr. Mitchell was furious for weeks over this. It put him in a black rage to have his great manliness insulted. Alvina was quietly amused. The doctor began by being rather lordly and condescending with her, but luckily she felt she knew her work at least as well as he knew it. She smiled and let him condescend. Certainly she neither feared nor even admired him. To tell the truth, she rather disliked him. The great, red-faced bachelor of 53, with his bald spot and his stomach as weak as a baby's, and his mouthing imperiousness, and his good heart which was as selfish as it could be. Nothing can be more cocksuredly selfish than a good heart which believes in its own beneficence. He was a little too much the teetotaler on the one hand to be so largely manly on the other. Alvina preferred the labourers with their awful long moustaches that got full of food, and he was a little too loud-mouthedly lordly to be in human good taste. As a matter of fact, he was conscious of the fact that he had risen to be a gentleman. Now if a man is conscious of being a gentleman, he is bound to be a little less than a man. But if he is gnawed with anxiety lest he may not be a gentleman, he is only pitiable. There is a third case, however. If a man must loftily, by his manner, assert that he is now a gentleman, he shows himself a clown. For Alvina, poor Dr. Mitchell fell into this third category of clowns. She tolerated him good-humouredly, as women so often tolerate ninnies and poseurs. She smiled to herself when she saw his large and important presence on the board. She smiled when she saw him at a sale, buying the grandest pieces of antique furniture. She smiled when he talked of going up to Scotland for grouse shooting, or of snatching an hour on Sunday morning for golf. And she talked him over with quiet, delicate malice with the matron. He was no favourite at the hospital. Gradually Dr. Mitchell's manner changed towards her. From his imperious condescension he took to a tone of uneasy equality. This did not suit him. Dr. Mitchell had no equals. He had only the vast stratum of inferiors, towards whom he exercised his quite profitable beneficence. It brought him in about 2,000 a year. And then his superiors, people who had been born with money. It was the tradesmen and professionals who had started at the bottom and clambered to the motor-car footing who distressed him, and therefore, whilst he treated Alvina on this uneasy tradesman footing, he felt himself in a false position. She kept her attitude of quiet amusement, and little by little he sank. From being a lofty creature soaring over her head, he was now like a big fish, poking its nose above water and making eyes at her. He treated her with rather presuming deference. "You look tired this morning," he barked at her in one hot day. "I think it's thunder," she said. "Thunder? Work, you mean?" And he gave a slight smile. "I'm going to drive you back." "Oh, no, thanks. Don't trouble. I've got to call on the way." "Where have you got to call?" She told him. "Very well. That takes you no more than 5 minutes. I'll wait for you. Now, take your cloak." She was surprised, yet, like other women, she submitted. As they drove he saw a man with a barrow of cucumbers. He stopped the car and leaned towards the man. "Take that barrow load of poison and bury it," he shouted, in his strong voice. The busy street hesitated. "What's that, mister?" replied the mystified hawker. Dr. Mitchell pointed to the green pile of cucumbers. "Take that barrow load of poison and bury it," he called, "before you do anybody any more harm with it." "What barrow load of poison's that?" asked the hawker, approaching. A crowd began to gather. "What barrow load of poison is that?" repeated the doctor. "Why, your barrow load of cucumbers." "Oh," said the man, scrutinizing his cucumbers carefully. To be sure, some were a little yellow at the end. "How's that? Cumbers is right enough, fresh from market this morning." "Fresh or not fresh," said the doctor, mouthing his words distinctly, "you might as well put poison into your stomach as those things. Cucumbers are the worst thing you can eat." "Oh," said the man, stuttering, "that's happen for them as doesn't like them. I niver knowed a cumber do me no harm, and I eat 'em like a happle." Whereupon the hawker took a cumber from his barrow, bit off the end, and chewed it till the sap squirted. "What's wrong with that?" he said, holding up the bitten cucumber. "I'm not talking about what's wrong with that," said the doctor. "My business is what's wrong with the stomach it goes into. I'm a doctor, and I know that those things cause me half my work. They cause half the internal troubles people suffer from in summer-time." "Oh, aye? That's no loss to you, is it? Me and you's partners. More cumbers I sell, more graft for you, according to that. What's wrong, then?" "Cumbers! Fine fresh cumbers! All fresh and juicy! All cheap and tasty!" yelled the man. "I am a doctor, not only to cure illness, but to prevent it where I can. And cucumbers are poison to everybody." "Cumbers! Cumbers! Fresh cumbers!" yelled the man. Dr. Mitchell started his car. "When will they learn intelligence?" he said to Alvina, smiling and showing his white, even teeth. "I don't care, you know, myself," he said. "I should always let people do what they wanted." "Even if you knew it would do them harm?" he queried, smiling with amiable condescension. "Yes, why not? It's their own affair, and they'll do themselves harm one way or another." "And you wouldn't try to prevent it?" "You might as well try to stop the sea with your fingers." "You think so?" smiled the doctor. "I see you are a pessimist. You are a pessimist with regard to human nature." "Am I?" smiled Alvina, thinking the rose would smell as sweet. It seemed to please the doctor to find that Alvina was a pessimist with regard to human nature. It seemed to give her an air of distinction. In his eyes she seemed distinguished. He was in a fair way to dote on her. She, of course, when he began to admire her, liked him much better, and even saw graceful, boyish attractions in him. There was really something childish about him, and this something childish, since it looked up to her as if she were the saving grace, naturally flattered her and made her feel gentler towards him. He got in the habit of picking her up in his car, when he could, and he would tap at the matron's door, smiling and showing all his beautiful teeth, just about tea-time. "May I come in?" His voice sounded almost flirty. "Certainly. I see you're having tea. Very nice. A cup of tea at this hour." "Have one too, doctor?" "I will, with pleasure." And he sat down, wreathed with smiles. Alvina rose to get a cup. "I didn't intend to disturb you, nurse," he said. "Men are always intruders," he smiled to the matron. "Sometimes," said the matron, "women are charmed to be intruded upon." "Oh, really?" His eyes sparkled. "Perhaps you wouldn't say so, nurse?" he said, turning to Alvina. Alvina was just reaching at the cupboard. Very charming she looked, in her fresh dress and cap and soft brown hair. Very attractive her figure, with its full, soft loins. She turned round to him. "Oh yes," she said, "I quite agree with the matron." "Oh, you do?" He did not quite know how to take it. "But you mind being disturbed at your tea, I'm sure." "No," said Alvina. "We are so used to being disturbed." "Rather weak, doctor," said the matron, pouring the tea. "Very weak, please." The doctor was a little laboured in his gallantry, but unmistakably gallant. When he was gone, the matron looked demure, and Alvina confused. Each waited for the other to speak. "Don't you think Dr. Mitchell is quite coming out?" said Alvina. "Quite! Quite the ladies' man. I wonder who it is can be bringing him out. A very praiseworthy work, I am sure." She looked wickedly at Alvina. "No, don't look at me," laughed Alvina. "I know nothing about it." "Do you think it may be me?" said the matron, mischievous. "I'm sure of it, matron. He begins to show some taste at last." "There now," said the matron, "I shall put my cap straight." And she went to the mirror, fluffing her hair and settling her cap. "There!" she said, bobbing a little curtsy to Alvina. They both laughed, and went off to work. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 2. of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But there was no mistake. Dr. Mitchell was beginning to expand. With Alvina he quite unbent, and seemed even to sun himself when she was near, to attract her attention. He smiled and smirked and became oddly self-conscious, rather uncomfortable. He liked to hang over her chair, and he made a great event of offering her a cigarette whenever they met, although he himself never smoked. He had a gold cigarette case. One day he asked her in to see his garden. He had a pleasant old square house with a big walled garden. He showed her his flowers and his wall fruit, and asked her to eat his strawberries. He bade her admire his asparagus. And then he gave her tea in the drawing-room, with strawberries and cream and cakes, all of which he ate nothing. But he smiled expansively all the time. He was a made man, and now he was really letting himself go, luxuriating in everything, above all in Alvina, who poured tea gracefully from the old Georgian teapot, and smiled so pleasantly above the Queen Anne teacups. And she, wicked that she was, admired every detail of his drawing-room. It was a pleasant room indeed, with roses outside the French door, and a lawn in sunshine beyond, with bright red flowers in beds. But indoors it was insistently antique. Alvina admired the Jacobean sideboard, and the Jacobean armchairs, and the Hepplewhite wall chairs, and the Sheraton settee, and the Chippendale stands, and the Axminster carpet, and the bronze clock, with Shakespeare and Ariosto reclining on it. Yes, she even admired Shakespeare on the clock, and the ormolu cabinet, and the beadwork footstools, and the dreadful Sevres dish with a cherub in it, but why enumerate? She admired everything. And Dr. Mitchell's heart expanded in his bosom till he felt it would burst, unless he either fell at her feet, or did something extraordinary. He had never even imagined what it was to be so expanded, what a delicious feeling. He could have kissed her feet in an ecstasy of wild expansion, but habit, so far, prevented his doing more than beam. Another day he said to her, when they were talking of age, "You're as young as you feel. Why, when I was 20, I felt I had all the cares and responsibility of the world on my shoulders. And now I am middle-aged, more or less, I feel as light as if I were just beginning life." He beamed down at her. "Perhaps you are only just beginning your own life," she said. "You have lived for your work till now." "It may be that," he said. "It may be that up till now I have lived for others, for my patients. And now, perhaps, I may be allowed to live a little more for myself." He beamed with real luxury, saw the real luxury of life begin. "Why shouldn't you?" said Alvina. "Oh yes, I intend to," he said, with confidence. He really, by degrees, made up his mind to marry now, and to retire in part from his work. That is, he would hire another assistant, and give himself a fair amount of leisure. He was inordinately proud of his house, and now he looked forward to the treat of his life, hanging round the woman he had made his wife, following her about, feeling proud of her and his house, talking to her from morning till night, really finding himself in her. When he had to go his rounds she would go with him in the car. He made up his mind she would be willing to accompany him. He would teach her to drive, and they would sit side by side, she driving him and waiting for him, and he would run out of the houses of his patients and find her sitting there, and he would get in beside her and feel so snug and so sure and so happy as she drove him off to the next case, he informing her about his work. And if ever she did not go out with him, she would be there on the doorstep waiting for him the moment she heard the car, and they would have long, cosy evenings together in the drawing-room as he luxuriated in her very presence. She would sit on his knees and they would be snug for hours, before they went warmly and deliciously to bed. And in the morning he need not rush off. He would loiter about with her. They would loiter down the garden, looking at every new flower and every new fruit. She would wear fresh, flowery dresses, and no cap on her hair. He would never be able to tear himself away from her. And every hour he would be rushing back to her. They would be simply everything to one another. And how he would enjoy it! Ah! He pondered as to whether he would have children. A child would take her away from him. That was his first thought. But then, well, he would have to leave it till the time. Love's young dream is never so delicious as at the virgin age of 53. But he was quite cautious. He made no definite advances till he had put a plain question. It was August Bank Holiday, that forever black day of the declaration of war, when his question was put. For this year of our story is the fatal year 1914. There was quite a stir in the town over the declaration of war, but most people felt that the news was only intended to give an extra thrill to the all-important event of Bank Holiday. Half the world had gone to Blackpool or Southport, the other half had gone to the lakes or into the country. Lancaster was busy with a sort of fete, notwithstanding, and as the weather was decent, everybody was in a real holiday mood. So that Dr. Mitchell, who had contrived to pick up Alvina at the hospital, contrived to bring her to his house at 3:30 for tea. "What do you think of this new war?" said Alvina. "Oh, it will be over in 6 weeks," said the doctor easily, and there they left it. Only, with a fleeting thought, Alvina wondered if it would affect the Natchakitawaras. She had never heard any more of them. "Where would you have liked to go to-day?" said the doctor, turning to smile at her as he drove the car. "I think to Windermere, into the lakes," she said. "We might make a tour of the lakes before long," he said. She was not thinking, so she took no particular notice of the speech. "How nice," she said vaguely. "We could go in the car and take them as we chose," said the doctor. "Yes," she said, wondering at him now. When they had had tea, quietly and gallantly, tête-à-tête in his drawing-room, he asked her if she would like to see the other rooms of the house. She thanked him, and he showed her the substantial oak dining-room, and the little room with medical works and a revolving chair, which he called his study, then the kitchen and the pantry, the housekeeper looking askance, then upstairs to his bedroom, which was very fine, with old mahogany tall-boys, and silver candlesticks on the dressing-table, and brushes with green ivory backs, and a hygienic white bed and straw mats. Then the visitor's bedroom corresponding, with its old satin-wood furniture and cream-coloured chairs, with large pale blue cushions, and a pale carpet with reddish wreaths. "Very nice, lovely, awfully nice, I do like that. Isn't that beautiful? I've never seen anything like that," came the gratifying fireworks of admiration from Alvina. And he smiled and gloated. But in her mind she was thinking of Manchester House, and how dark and horrible it was, how she hated it, but how it had impressed Ciccio and Geoffrey, how they would have loved to feel themselves masters of it, and how done in the eye they were. She smiled to herself rather grimly. For this afternoon she was feeling unaccountably uneasy and wistful, yearning into the distance again, a trick she thought she had happily lost. The doctor dragged her up even to the slanting attics. He was a big man, and he always wore navy blue suits, well tailored and immaculate. Unconsciously she felt that big men in good navy blue suits, especially if they had reddish faces and rather big feet, and if their hair was wearing thin, were a special type all to themselves, solid and rather namby-pamby and tiresome. "What very nice attics! I think the many angles which the roof makes, the different slants, are so attractive. Oh, and the fascinating little window." She crouched in the hollow of the small dormer window. "Fascinating! See the town and the hills. I know I should want this room for my own." "Then have it," he said. "Have it for one of your own." She crept out of the window recess and looked up at him. He was leaning forward to her, smiling, self-conscious, tentative and eager. She thought it best to laugh it off. "I was only talking like a child, from the imagination," she said. "I quite understand that," he replied deliberately. "But I am speaking what I mean." She did not answer, but looked at him reproachfully. He was smiling and smirking broadly at her. "Won't you marry me and come and have this garret for your own?" He spoke as if he were offering her a chocolate. He smiled with curious uncertainty. "I don't know," she said vaguely. His smile broadened. "Well now," he said, "make up your mind. I'm not good at talking about love, you know. But I think I'm pretty good at feeling it, you know. I want you to come here and be happy. With me." He added the two last words as a sort of sly postscriptum, and as if to commit himself finally. "But I've never thought about it," she said, rapidly cogitating. "I know you haven't, but think about it now." He began to be hugely pleased with himself. "Think about it now, and tell me if you could put up with me, as well as the garret." He beamed and put his head a little on one side, rather like Mr. May for one second. But he was much more dangerous than Mr. May. He was overbearing, and had the devil's own temper if he was thwarted. This she knew. He was a big man in a navy blue suit, with very white teeth. Again she thought she had better laugh it off. "It's you I am thinking about," she laughed, flirting still. "It's you I am wondering about." "Well," he said, rather pleased with himself, "you wonder about me till you've made up your mind." "I will," she said, seizing the opportunity. "I'll wonder about you till I've made up my mind. Shall I?" "Yes," he said, "that's what I wish you to do. And the next time I ask you, you'll let me know. That's it, isn't it?" He smiled indulgently down on her, thought her face young and charming. Charming. "Yes," she said, "but don't ask me too soon, will you?" "How too soon?" He smiled delightedly. "You'll give me time to wonder about you, won't you? You won't ask me again this month, will you?" "This month?" His eyes beamed with pleasure. He enjoyed the procrastination as much as she did. "But the month's only just begun. However, yes, you shall have your way. I won't ask you again this month." "And I'll promise to wonder about you all the month," she laughed. "That's a bargain," he said. They went downstairs, and Alvina returned to her duties. She was very much excited indeed. A big, well-to-do man in a navy blue suit, of handsome appearance, aged 53, with white teeth and a delicate stomach. It was exciting. A sure position, a very nice home and lovely things in it, once they were dragged about a bit. And of course he'd adore her. That went without saying. She was as fussy as if someone had given her a lovely new pair of boots. She was really fussy, and pleased with herself, and quite decided she'd take it all on. That was how it put itself to her. She would take it all on. Of course there was the man himself to consider, but he was quite presentable. There was nothing at all against it, nothing at all. If he had pressed her during the first half of the month of August, he would almost certainly have got her, but he only beamed in anticipation. Meanwhile the stir and restlessness of the war had begun, and was making itself felt even in Lancaster. And the excitement and the unease began to wear through Alvina's rather glamorous fussiness. Some of her old fretfulness came back on her. Her spirit, which had been as if asleep these months, now woke rather irritably, and chafed against its collar. Who was this elderly man that she should marry him? Who was he, that she should be kissed by him? Actually kissed and fondled by him. Repulsive. She avoided him like the plague. Fancy reposing against his broad navy blue waistcoat! She started as if she had been stung. Fancy seeing his red, smiling face, just above hers, coming down to embrace her! She pushed it away with her open hand, and she ran away to avoid the thought. And yet, she would be so comfortable, she would be so well off for the rest of her life. The hateful problem of material circumstance would be solved for ever. And she knew well how hateful material circumstances can make life. Therefore she could not decide in a hurry. But she bore Dr. Mitchell a deep grudge that he could not grant her all the advantages of his offer, and excuse her the acceptance of him himself. She dared not decide in a hurry. And this very fear, like a yoke on her, made her resent the man who drove her to decision. Sometimes she rebelled. Sometimes she laughed unpleasantly in the man's face, though she dared not go too far, for she was a little afraid of him, and his rabid temper also. In her moments of sullen rebellion she thought of Natcha Kee Tawara. She thought of them deeply. She wondered where they were, what they were doing, how the war had affected them. Poor Geoffrey was a Frenchman. He would have to go to France to fight. Max and Louis were Swiss. It would not affect them, nor Ciccio, who was Italian. She wondered if the troop was in England, if they would continue together when Geoffrey was gone. She wondered if they thought of her. She felt they did. She felt they did not forget her. She felt there was a connection. In fact, during the latter part of August she wondered a good deal more about the Natchas than about Dr. Mitchell. But wondering about the Natchas would not help her. She felt if she knew where they were, she would fly to them, but then she knew she wouldn't. When she was at the station, she saw crowds and bustle. People were seeing their young men off. Beer was flowing. Sailors on the train were tipsy. Women were holding young men by the lapel of the coat. And when the train drew away, the young men waving, the women cried aloud and sobbed after them. A chill ran down Alvina's spine. This was another matter, apart from her Dr. Mitchell. It made him feel very unreal, trivial. She did not know what she was going to do. She realised she must do something, take some part in the wild dislocation of life. She knew that she would put off Dr. Mitchell again. She talked the matter over with the matron. The matron advised her to procrastinate. Why not volunteer for war service? True, she was a maternity nurse, and this was hardly the qualification needed for the nursing of soldiers, but still she was a nurse. Alvina felt this was the thing to do. Everywhere was a stir and a seethe of excitement. Men were active, women were needed too. She put down her name on the list of volunteers for active service. This was on the last day of August. On the 1st of September, Dr. Mitchell was round at the hospital early, when Alvina was just beginning her morning duties there. He went into the matron's room and asked for Nurse Houghton. The matron left them together. The doctor was excited. He smiled broadly, but with a tension of nervous excitement. Alvina was troubled. Her heart beat fast. "Now," said Dr. Mitchell, "what have you to say to me?" She looked up at him with confused eyes. He smiled excitedly and meaningfully at her, and came a little nearer. "Today is the day when you answer, isn't it?" he said. "Now then, let me hear what you have to say." But she only watched him with large, troubled eyes, and did not speak. He came still nearer to her. "Well then," he said, "I am to take it that silence gives consent?" And he laughed nervously, with nervous anticipation, as he tried to put his arm round her. But she stepped suddenly back. "No, not yet," she said. "Why?" he asked. "I haven't given my answer," she said. "Give it then," he said, testily. "I've volunteered for active service," she stammered. "I felt I ought to do something." "Why?" he asked. He could put a nasty intonation into that monosyllable. "I should have thought you would answer me first." She did not answer, but watched him. She did not like him. "I only signed yesterday," she said. "Why didn't you leave it till tomorrow? It would have looked better." He was angry, but he saw a half-frightened, half-guilty look on her face, and during the weeks of anticipation he had worked himself up. "But put that aside," he smiled again, a little dangerously. "You have still to answer my question. Having volunteered for war service doesn't prevent your being engaged to me, does it?" Alvina watched him with large eyes, and again he came very near to her, so that his blue serge waistcoat seemed to impinge on her, and his purplish red face was above her. "I'd rather not be engaged, under the circumstances," she said. "Why?" came the nasty monosyllable. "What have the circumstances got to do with it?" "Everything is so uncertain," she said. "I'd rather wait." "Wait? Haven't you waited long enough? There's nothing at all to prevent your getting engaged to me now. Nothing whatsoever. Come now, I'm old enough not to be played with, and I'm too much in love with you to let you go on indefinitely like this. Come now." He smiled imminent, and held out his large hand for her hand. "Let me put the ring on your finger. It'll be the proudest day of my life, when I make you my wife. Give me your hand." Alvina was wavering. For one thing, mere curiosity made her want to see the ring. She half lifted her hand, and but for the knowledge that he would kiss her, she would have given it. But he would kiss her, and against that she obstinately set her will. She put her hand behind her back, and looked obstinately into his eyes. "Don't play a game with me," he said dangerously. But she only continued to look mockingly and obstinately into his eyes. "Come," he said, beckoning for her to give her hand. With a barely perceptible shake of the head, she refused, staring at him all the time. His ungovernable temper got the better of him. He saw red, and without knowing, seized her by the shoulder, swung her back, and thrust her, pressed her against the wall as if he would push her through it. His face was blind with anger, like a hot, red sun. Suddenly, almost instantaneously, he came to himself again, and drew back his hands, shaking his right hand as if some rat had bitten it. "I'm sorry!" he shouted, beside himself. "I'm sorry! I didn't mean it! I'm sorry!" He dithered before her. She recovered her equilibrium, and, pale to the lips, looked at him with sombre eyes. "I'm sorry!" he continued loudly, in his strange frenzy, like a small boy. "Don't remember! Don't remember! Don't think I did it!" His face was a kind of blank, and unconsciously he wrung the hand that had gripped her as if it pained him. She watched him, and wondered why on earth all this frenzy. She was left rather cold. She did not at all feel the strong feelings he seemed to expect of her. There was nothing so very unnatural, after all, in being bumped up suddenly against the wall. Certainly her shoulder hurt where he had gripped it, but there were plenty of worse hurts in the world. She watched him with wide, distant eyes. And he fell on his knees before her, as she backed against the bookcase, and he caught hold of the edge of her dress bottom, drawing it to him, which made her rather abashed, and much more uncomfortable. "Forgive me," he said. "Don't remember! Forgive me! Love me! Love me! Forgive me and love me! Forgive me and love me!" As Alvina was looking down dismayed on the great, red-faced, elderly man, who in his crying out showed his white teeth like a child, and as she was gently trying to draw her skirt from his clutch, the door opened, and there stood the matron, in her big frilled cap. Alvina glanced at her, flushed crimson, and looked down to the man. She touched his face with her hand. "Never mind," she said. "It's nothing. Don't think about it." He caught her hand and clung to it. "Love me! Love me! Love me!" he cried. The matron softly closed the door again, withdrawing. "Love me! Love me!" Alvina was absolutely dumbfounded by this scene. She had no idea men did such things. It did not touch her. It dumbfounded her. The doctor, clinging to her hand, struggled to his feet, and flung his arms round her, clasping her wildly to him. "You love me? You love me, don't you?" he said, vibrating and beside himself as he pressed her to his breast and hid his face against her hair. At such a moment, what was the good of saying she didn't? But she didn't. Pity for his shame, however, kept her silent, motionless, and silent in his arms, smothered against the blue serge waistcoat of his broad breast. He was beginning to come to himself. He became silent. But he still strained her fast. He had no idea of letting her go. "You will take my ring, won't you?" he said, at last, still in the strange, lamentable voice. "You will take my ring?" "Yes," she said coldly, anything for a quiet emergence from this scene. He fumbled feverishly in his pocket with one hand, holding her still fast by the other arm, and with one hand he managed to extract the ring from its case, letting the case roll away on the floor. It was a diamond solitaire. "Which finger? Which finger is it?" he asked, beginning to smile rather weakly. She extricated her hand and held out her engagement finger. Upon it was the mourning ring Miss Frost had always worn. The doctor slipped the diamond solitaire above the mourning ring, and folded Alvina to his breast again. "No," he said, almost in his normal voice. "No, I know you love me." The pleased self-satisfaction in his voice made her angry. She managed to extricate herself. "You will come along with me now," he said. "I can't," she answered. "I must get back to my work here." "Nurse Allen can do that." "I'd rather not." "Where are you going to-day?" She told him her cases. "Well, you will come and have tea with me. I shall expect you to have tea with me every day." But Alvina was straightening her crushed cap before the mirror, and did not answer. "We can see as much as we like of each other now we're engaged," he said, smiling with satisfaction. "I wonder where the matron is," said Alvina, suddenly going into the cool white corridor. He followed her, and they met the matron just coming out of the ward. "Matron!" said Dr. Mitchell, with a return of his old mouthing importance. "You may congratulate Nurse Houghton and me on our engagement." He smiled largely. "I may congratulate you, you mean," said the matron. "Yes, of course. And both of us, since we are now one," he replied. "Not quite, yet," said the matron, gravely. And at length she managed to get rid of him. At once she went to look for Alvina, who had gone to her duties. "Well, I suppose it is all right," said the matron, gravely. "No, it isn't," said Alvina. "I shall never marry him." "Ah, never is a long while. Did he hear me come in?" "No, I'm sure he didn't." "Thank goodness for that." "Yes, indeed. It was perfectly horrible. Following me round on his knees, and shouting for me to love him. Perfectly horrible." "Well," said the matron, "you never know what men will do till you've known them. And then you need be surprised at nothing." "Nothing! I'm surprised at nothing they do." "I must say," said Alvina, "I was surprised. Very unpleasantly." "But you accepted him?" "Anything to quieten him. Like a hysterical child." "Yes, but I'm not sure you haven't taken a very risky way of quietening him, giving him what he wanted." "I think," said Alvina, "I can look after myself. I may be moved any day now." "Well," said the matron, "he may prevent your getting moved, you know. He's on the board. And if he says you're indispensable—" This was a new idea for Alvina to cogitate. She had counted on a speedy escape. She put his ring in her apron pocket, and there she forgot it until he pounced on her in the afternoon, in the house of one of her patients. He waited for her, to take her off. "Where is your ring?" he said. And she realised that it lay in the pocket of a soiled, discarded apron, perhaps lost for ever. "I shan't wear it on duty," she said. "You know that." She had to go to tea with him. She avoided his love-making by telling him any sort of spooniness revolted her. And he was too much an old bachelor to take easily to a fondling habit, before marriage at least. So he mercifully left her alone. He was on the whole devoutly thankful she wanted to be left alone. But he wanted her to be there. That was his greatest craving. He wanted her to be always there. And so he craved for marriage, to possess her entirely, and to have her always there with him, so that he was never alone. Alone and apart from all the world, but by her side, always by her side. "Now, when shall we fix the marriage?" he said. "It is no good putting it back. We both know what we're doing. And now the engagement is announced." He looked at her anxiously. She could see the hysterical little boy under the great authoritative man. "Oh, not till after Christmas," she said. "After Christmas!" He started as if he had been bitten. "Nonsense! It's nonsense to wait so long. Next month at the latest." "Oh no," she said. "I don't think so soon." "Why not? The sooner the better. You'd better send in your resignation at once, so that you're free." "Oh, but is there any need? I may be transferred for war service." "That's not likely. You're our only maternity nurse." And so the days went by. She had tea with him practically every afternoon, and she got used to him. They discussed the furnishing. She could not help suggesting a few alterations, a few arrangements according to her idea. And he drew up a plan of a wedding tour in Scotland. Yet she was quite certain she would not marry him. The matron laughed at her certainty. "You will drift into it," she said. "He's tying you down by too many little threads." "Ah, well, you'll see," said Alvina. "Yes," said the matron, "I shall see." And it was true that Alvina's will was indeterminate at this time. She was resolved not to marry. But her will, like a spring that is hitched somehow, did not fly direct against the doctor. She had sent in her resignation, as he suggested, but not that she might be free to marry him, but that she might be at liberty to flee him. So she told herself. Yet she worked into his hands. One day she sat with the doctor in the car near the station. It was towards the end of September, held up by a squad of soldiers in khaki, who were marching off with their band wildly playing to embark on the special troop train that was coming down from the north. The town was in great excitement. War fever was spreading everywhere. Men were rushing to enlist, and being constantly rejected, for it was still the days of regular standards. As the crowd surged on the pavement, as the soldiers tramped to the station, as the traffic waited, there came a certain flow in the opposite direction. The 4:15 train had come in. People were struggling along with luggage. Children were running with spades and buckets. Cabs were crawling along with families. It was the seaside people coming home. Alvina watched the two crowds mingle. And as she watched, she saw two men, one carrying a mandoline case and a suitcase which she knew. It was Ciccio. She did not know the other man, some theatrical individual. The two men halted almost near the car to watch the band go by. Alvina saw Ciccio quite near to her. She would have liked to squirt water down his brown, handsome, oblivious neck. She felt she hated him. He stood there watching the music, his lips curling in his faintly derisive Italian manner, as he talked to the other man. His eyelashes were as long and dark as ever. His eyes had still the attractive look of being set in with a smutty finger. He had got the same brownish suit on, which she disliked. The same black hat, set slightly, jauntily over one eye. He looked common, and yet with that peculiar southern aloofness, which gave him a certain beauty and distinction in her eyes. She felt she hated him, rather. She felt she had been let down by him. The band had passed. A child ran against the wheel of the standing car. Alvina suddenly reached forward and made a loud screeching flourish on the hooter. Every one looked round, including the laden, tramping soldiers. "We can't move yet," said Dr. Mitchell. But Alvina was looking at Ciccio at that moment. He had turned with the rest, looking inquiringly at the car, and his quick eyes, the whites of which showed so white against his duskiness, the yellow pupils, so non-human, met hers with a quick flash of recognition. His mouth began to curl in a smile of greeting, but she stared at him without moving a muscle, just blankly stared, abstracting every scrap of feeling, even of animosity or coldness, out of her gaze. She saw the smile die on his lips, his eyes glanced sideways, and again sideways, with that curious animal shyness which characterized him. It was as if he did not want to see her looking at him, and ran from side to side, like a caged weasel, avoiding her blank, glaucous look. She turned pleasantly to Dr. Mitchell. "What did you say?" she asked, sweetly. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 12 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Allay also is engaged. Alvina found it pleasant to be respected, as she was respected in Lancaster. It is not only the prophet who hath honour save in his own country, it is every one with individuality. In this northern town Alvina found that her individuality really told. Already she belonged to the revered caste of medicine men, and into the bargain she was a personality, a person. Well and good. She was not going to cheapen herself. She felt that even in the eyes of the natives, the well-to-do part at least, she lost a little of her distinction when she was engaged to Dr. Mitchell. The engagement had been announced in the Times, the Morning Post, the Manchester Guardian, and the local News. No fear about its being known. And it cast a slight slur of vulgar familiarity over her. In Woodhouse, she knew, it elevated her in the common esteem tremendously. But she was no longer in Woodhouse. She was in Lancaster. And in Lancaster her engagement pigeon-holed her. Apart from Dr. Mitchell she had a magic potentiality. Connected with him, she was a known and labelled quantity. This she gathered from her contact with the local gentry. The matron was a woman of family, who somehow managed, in her big, white, frilled cap, to be distinguished, like an abbess of old. The really tony women of the place came to take tea in her room, and these little teas in the hospital were like a little elegant female conspiracy. There was a slight flavour of art and literature about. The matron had known Walter Pater in the somewhat remote past. Alvina was admitted to these teas with the few women who formed the tony intellectual elite of this northern town. There was a certain freemasonry in the matron's room. The matron, a lady doctor, a clergyman's daughter, and the wives of 2 industrial magnates of the place, these 5, and then Alvina, formed the little group. They did not meet a great deal outside the hospital, but they always met with that curious female freemasonry which can form a law unto itself even among the most conventional women. They talked as they would never talk before men, or before feminine outsiders. They threw aside the whole vestment of convention. They discussed plainly the things they thought about, even the most secret. And they were quite calm about the things they did, even the most impossible. Alvina felt that her transgression was a very mild affair, and that her engagement was really in for a dig. "And are you going to marry him?" asked Mrs. Tuke, with a long, cool look. "I can't imagine myself," said Alvina. "Oh, but so many things happen outside one's imagination. That's where your body has you. I can't imagine that I am going to have a child." She lowered her eyelids, weary and sardonically, over her large eyes. Mrs. Tuke was the wife of the son of a local manufacturer. She was about 28 years old, pale, with great dark grey eyes, and an arched nose and black hair, very like a head on one of the lovely Syracusan coins. The odd look of a smile which wasn't a smile, at the corners of the mouth, the arched nose, and the slowness of the big, full, classic eyes, gave her the dangerous Greek look of the Syracusan women of the past, the dangerous, heavily civilized women of old Sicily, those who laughed about the Latomia. "But do you think you can have a child without wanting it at all?" asked Alvina. "Oh, but there isn't one bit of me wants it. Not one bit. My flesh doesn't want it. And my mind doesn't. Yet there it is." She spread her fine hands with a flicker of inevitability. "Something must want it," said Alvina. "Oh," said Mrs. Tuke, "the universe is one big machine, and we're just part of it." She flicked out her grey silk handkerchief, and dabbed her nose, watching with big, black-grey eyes the fresh face of Alvina. "There's not one bit of me concerned in having this child," she persisted to Alvina. "My flesh isn't concerned, and my mind isn't. And yet, le voilà, I'm just plantée. I can't imagine why I married Tommy. And yet, I did." She shook her head as if it was all just beyond her, and the pseudo-smile at the corners of her ageless mouth deepened. Alvina was to nurse Mrs. Tuke. The baby was expected at the end of August, but already the middle of September was here, and the baby had not arrived. The Tukes were not very rich, the young ones, that is. Tommy wanted to compose music, so he lived on what his father gave him. His father gave him a little house outside the town, a house furnished with expensive bits of old furniture, in a way that the townspeople thought insane. But there you are. Effie would insist on dabbing a rare bit of yellow brocade on the wall, instead of a picture, and in painting apple-green shelves in the recesses of the whitewashed wall of the dining-room. Then she enamelled the whole furniture yellow, and decorated it with curious green and lavender lines and flowers, and had unearthly cushions and Sardinian pottery with unspeakable peaked griffins. What were you to make of such a woman? Alvina slept in her house these days, instead of at the hospital. For Effie was a very bad sleeper. She would sit up in bed, the 2 glossy black plaits hanging beside her white, arch face, wrapping loosely round her dressing gown of a sort of plumbago-coloured dark grey silk, lined with fine silk of metallic blue, and there, ivory and jet black and grey like black lead, she would sit in the white bedclothes, flicking her handkerchief, and revealing a flicker of kingfisher blue silk and white silk nightdress, complaining of her neuritis nerve and her own impossible condition, and begging Alvina to stay with her another half hour, and suddenly studying the big, blood-red stone on her finger as if she were reading something in it. "I believe I shall be like the woman in Sainte Nouvelle and carry my child for 5 years. Do you know that story? She said that eating a parsley leaf on which bits of snow were sticking started the child in her. It might just as well." Alvina would laugh and get tired. There was about her a kind of half-bitter sanity and nonchalance which the nervous woman liked. One night as they were sitting thus in the bedroom, at nearly 11 o'clock, they started and listened. Dogs in the distance had also started to yelp. A mandolin was wailing its vibration in the night outside, rapidly, delicately quivering. Alvina went pale. She knew it was Ciccio. She had seen him lurking in the streets of the town, but had never spoken to him. "What's this?" cried Mrs. Tuke, cocking her head on one side. "Music! A mandolin! How extraordinary! Do you think it's a serenade?" And she lifted her brows archly. "I should think it is," said Alvina. "How extraordinary! What a moment to choose to serenade the lady! Isn't it like life? I must look at it." She got out of bed with some difficulty, wrapped her dressing gown round her, pushed her feet into slippers, and went to the window. She opened the sash. It was a lovely moonlight night of September. Below lay the little front garden, with its short drive and its iron gates that closed on the high road. From the shadow of the high road came the noise of the mandolin. "Hello, Tommy!" called Mrs. Tuke to her husband, whom she saw on the drive below her. "How's your musical ear?" "All right. Doesn't it disturb you?" came the man's voice from the moonlight below. "Not a bit. I like it. I'm waiting for the voice. Oh, Richard, oh, mon roi." But the music had stopped. "There!" cried Mrs. Tuke. "You've frightened him off. And we're dying to be serenaded, aren't we, nurse?" She turned to Alvina. "Do give me my fur, will you? Thanks so much. Won't you open the other window and look out there?" Alvina went to the second window. She stood looking out. "Do play again," Mrs. Tuke called into the night. "Do sing something." And with her white arm she reached for a glory rose that hung in the moonlight from the wall, and with a flash of her white arm she flung it toward the garden wall, ineffectually, of course. "Won't you play again?" she called into the night, to the unseen. "Tommy, go indoors. The bird won't sing when you're about." "It's an Italian by the sound of him. Nothing I hate more than emotional Italian music. Perfectly nauseating." "Never mind, dear. I know it sounds as if all their insides were coming out of their mouth. But we want to be serenaded. Don't we, nurse?" Alvina stood at her window, but did not answer. "Ah," came the odd query from Mrs. Tuke. "Don't you like it?" "Yes," said Alvina. "Very much." "And aren't you dying for the song?" "Quite." "There!" cried Mrs. Tuke into the moonlight. "Una canzone, bella, bella, molto bella." She pronounced her syllables one by one, calling into the night. It sounded comical. There came a rude laugh from the drive below. "Go indoors, Tommy. He won't sing if you're there. Nothing will sing if you're there," called the young woman. They heard a footstep on the gravel, and then the slam of the hall door. "Now!" cried Mrs. Tuke. They waited, and sure enough came the fine tinkle of the mandolin, and after a few moments the song. It was one of the well-known Neapolitan songs, and Ciccio sang it as it should be sung. Mrs. Tuke went across to Alvina. "Doesn't he put his bowels into it?" she said, laying her hand on her own full figure, and rolling her eyes mockingly. "I'm sure it's more effective than Cenopods." Then she returned to her own window, huddled her furs over her breast, and rested her white elbows in the moonlight. "Torna surientu, fammi campar." The song suddenly ended in a clamorous, animal sort of yearning. Mrs. Tuke was quite still, resting her chin on her fingers. Alvina also was still. Then Mrs. Tuke slowly reached for the rosebuds on the old wall. "Molto bella!" she cried, half ironically. "Molto bella! Je vous envoie un rose!" And she threw the roses out onto the drive. A man's figure was seen hovering outside the gate, on the high road. "Entrez!" cried Mrs. Tuke. "Entrez! Prenez votre rose! Come in and take your rose!" The man's voice called something from the distance. "What?" cried Mrs. Tuke. "Je ne peux pas entrer." "Vous ne pouvez pas entrer? Pourquoi alors? La porte n'est pas fermée à clé. Entrez donc!" "Non, on n'entre pas," called the well-known voice of Ciccio. "Quoi faire alors? Alvina, take him the rose to the gate, will you? Yes, do! Their singing is horrible, I think. I can't go down to him. But do take him the roses and see what he looks like. Yes, do!" Mrs. Tuke's eyes were arched and excited. Alvina looked at her slowly. Alvina was also smiling to herself. She went slowly down the stairs and out of the front door. From a bush at the side she pulled 2 sweet-smelling roses. Then in the drive she picked up Effie's flowers. Ciccio was standing outside the gate. "Allez," he said, in a soft, yearning voice. "Mrs. Tuke sent you these roses," said Alvina, putting the flowers through the bars of the gate. "Allez," he said, caressing her hand, kissing it with a soft, passionate, yearning mouth. Alvina shivered. Quickly he opened the gate and drew her through. He drew her into the shadow of the wall, and put his arms round her, lifting her from her feet with passionate yearning. "Allez," he said. "I love you, Allay, my beautiful Allay. I love you, Allay." He held her fast to his breast, and began to walk away with her. His throbbing, musical power seemed completely to envelop her. He was just walking away with her down the road, clinging fast to her, enveloping her. "Nurse! Nurse! I can't see you! Nurse!" came the long call of Mrs. Tuke through the night. Dogs began to bark. "Put me down," murmured Alvina. "Put me down, Ciccio. Come with me to Italy. Come with me to Italy, Allay. I can't go to Italy by myself, Allay. Come with me, to be married to me. Allay. Allay." His voice was a strange, hoarse whisper just above her face. He still held her in his throbbing, heavy embrace. "Yes, yes," she whispered. "Yes, yes. But put me down, Ciccio. Put me down. Come to Italy with me, Allay. Come with me," he still reiterated, in a voice hoarse with pain and yearning. "Nurse! Nurse! Wherever are you? Nurse! I want you," sang the uneasy, querulous voice of Mrs. Tuke. "Do put me down," murmured Alvina, stirring in his arms. He slowly relaxed his clasp, and she slid down like rain to earth, but still he clung to her. "Come with me, Allay. Come with me to Italy," he said. She saw his face, beautiful, non-human in the moonlight, and she shuddered slightly. "Yes," she said, "I will come. But let me go now. Where is your mandoline?" He turned round and looked up the road. "Nurse! You absolutely must come. I can't bear it," cried the strange voice of Mrs. Tuke. Alvina slipped from the man, who was a little bewildered, and through the gate into the drive. "You must come," came the voice in pain from the upper window. Alvina ran upstairs. She found Mrs. Tuke crouched in a chair, with a drawn, horrified, terrified face. As her pain suddenly gripped her, she uttered an exclamation, and pressed her clenched fists hard on her face. "The pains have begun," said Alvina, hurrying to her. "Oh, it's horrible! It's horrible! I don't want it!" cried the woman, in travail. Alvina comforted her and reassured her as best she could, and from outside, once more, came the despairing howl of the Neapolitan song, animal and inhuman on the night. "E tu Dio, pata Dio, t'allontare a sta core, nel paese dell'amore. Tieno cor di non tornar, ma non me la sa." It was almost unendurable. But suddenly Mrs. Tuke became quite still, and sat with her fists clenched on her knees, her 2 jet-black plaits dropping on either side of her ivory face, her big eyes fixed, staring into space, at the line, "Ma non me lascia." She began to murmur softly to herself, "Yes, it's dreadful. It's horrible. I can't understand it. What does it mean, that noise? It's as bad as these pains. What does it mean? What does he say? I can understand a little Italian." She paused, and again came the sudden complaint. "Ma non me lascia. Ma non me lascia," she murmured, repeating the music. "That means, don't leave me. Don't leave me. But why? Why shouldn't one human being go away from another? What does it mean? That awful noise. Isn't love the most horrible thing? I think it's horrible. It just does one in and turns one into a sort of howling animal. I'm howling with one sort of pain, he's howling with another. 2 hellish animals howling through the night. I'm not myself, he's not himself. Oh, I think it's horrible. What does he look like, nurse? Is he beautiful? Is he a great hefty brute?" She looked with big, slow, enigmatic eyes at Alvina. "He's a man I knew before," said Alvina. Mrs. Tuke's face woke from its half-trance. "Really? Oh, a man you knew before? Where?" "It's a long story," said Alvina. "In a travelling music-hall troupe." "In a travelling music-hall troupe? How extraordinary! Why, how did you come across such an individual?" Alvina explained as briefly as possible. Mrs. Tuke watched her. "Really?" she said. "You've done all those things?" And she scrutinised Alvina's face. "You've had some effect on him, that's evident," she said. Then she shuddered, and dabbed her nose with her handkerchief. "Oh, the flesh is a beastly thing!" she cried. "To make a man howl outside there like that, because you're here, and to make me howl because I've got a child inside me. It's unbearable. What does he look like, really?" "I don't know," said Alvina. "Not extraordinary. Rather a hefty brute." Mrs. Tuke glanced at her to detect the irony. "I should like to see him," she said. "Do you think I might?" "I don't know," said Alvina, non-committal. "Do you think he might come up? Ask him. Do let me see him." "Do you really want to?" said Alvina. "Of course!" Mrs. Tuke watched Alvina with big, dark, slow eyes. Then she dragged herself to her feet. Alvina helped her into bed. "Do ask him to come up for a minute," Effie said. "We'll give him a glass of Tommy's famous port. Do let me see him. Yes, do!" She stretched out her long white arm to Alvina, with sudden imploring. Alvina laughed and turned doubtfully away. The night was silent outside, but she found Ciccio leaning against a gate-pillar. He started up. "Allay!" he said. "Will you come in for a moment? I can't leave Mrs. Tuke." Ciccio obediently followed Alvina into the house and up the stairs, without a word. He was ushered into the bedroom. He drew back when he saw Effie in the bed, sitting with her long plaits and her dark eyes, and the subtle seeming smile at the corners of her mouth. "Do come in," she said. "I want to thank you for the music. Nurse says it was for her, but I enjoyed it also. Would you tell me the words? I think it's a wonderful song." Ciccio hung back against the door, his head dropped, and the shy, suspicious, faintly malicious smile on his face. "Have a glass of port, do," said Effie. "Nurse, give us all one. I should like one, too. And a biscuit." Again she stretched out her long white arm from the sudden blue lining of her wrap, suddenly, as if taken with the desire. Ciccio shifted on his feet, watching Alvina pour out the port. He swallowed his in one swallow and put aside his glass. "Have some more," said Effie, watching over the top of her glass. He smiled faintly, stupidly, and shook his head. "Won't you? Now tell me the words of the song." He looked at her from out of the dusky hollows of his brow, and did not answer. The faint, stupid half-smile, half-sneer was on his lips. "Won't you tell them me? I understood one line." Ciccio smiled more pronouncedly as he watched her, but did not speak. "I understood one line," said Effie, making big eyes at him. "Ma non me lasciar, don't leave me. There, isn't that it?" He smiled, stirred on his feet, and nodded. "Don't leave me, there, I knew it was that. Why don't you want nurse to leave you? Do you want her to be with you every minute?" He smiled a little contemptuously, awkwardly, and turned aside his face, glancing at Alvina. Effie's watchful eyes caught the glance. It was swift, and full of the terrible yearning which so horrified her. At the same moment a spasm crossed her face, her expression went blank. "Shall we go down?" said Alvina to Ciccio. He turned immediately, with his cap in his hand, and followed. In the hall he pricked up his ears as he took the mandoline from the chest. He could hear the stifled cries and exclamations from Mrs. Tuke. At the same moment the door of the study opened, and the musician, a burly fellow with troubled hair, came out. "Is that Mrs. Tuke?" he snapped anxiously. "Yes, the pains have begun," said Alvina. "Oh, God! And have you left her?" He was quite irascible. "Only for a minute," said Alvina. But with a puff of angry indignation he was climbing the stairs. "She's going to have a child," said Alvina to Ciccio. "I shall have to go back to her." And she held out her hand. He did not take her hand, but looked down into her face with the same slightly distorted look of overwhelming yearning, yearning heavy and unbearable, in which he was carried towards her as on a flood. "Allay," he said, with a faint lift of the lip that showed his teeth, like a pained animal, a curious sort of smile. He could not go away. "I shall have to go back to her," she said. "Shall you come with me to Italy, Allay?" "Yes. Where is Madame?" "Gone. Gigi, all gone." "Gone where?" "Gone back to France. Called up." "And Madame and Louis and Max?" "Switzerland." He stood helplessly looking at her. "Well, I must go," she said. He watched her with his yellow eyes from under his long black lashes, like some chained animal, haunted by doom. She turned and left him standing. She found Mrs. Tuke wildly clutching the edge of the sheets and crying, "No, Tommy dear, I'm awfully fond of you, you know I am, but go away. Oh, God, go away. Put a space between us. Put a space between us," she almost shrieked. He pushed up his hair. He had been working on a big choral work which he was composing, and by this time he was almost demented. "Can't you stand my presence?" he shouted, and dashed downstairs. "Nurse," cried Effie, "it's no use trying to get a grip on life. You're just at the mercy of forces," she shrieked angrily. "Why not?" said Alvina. "There are good life forces. Even the will of God is a life force." "You don't understand. I want to be by myself, and I'm not myself. I'm just torn to pieces by forces. It's horrible." "Well, it's not my fault. I didn't make the universe," said Alvina. "If you have to be torn to pieces by forces, well, you have. Other forces will put you together again." "I don't want them to. I want to be myself. I don't want to be nailed together like a chair with a hammer. I want to be myself." "You won't be nailed together like a chair. You should have faith in life." "But I hate life. It's nothing but a mass of forces. I am intelligent. Life isn't intelligent. Look at it this moment. Do you call this intelligent? Oh, oh, it's horrible. Oh!" She was wild and sweating with her pains. Tommy flounced out downstairs, beside himself. He was heard talking to someone in the moonlight outside, to Ciccio. He had already telephoned wildly for the doctor, but the doctor had replied that nurse would ring him up. The moment Mrs. Tuke recovered her breath she began again. "I hate life and faith and such things. Faith is only fear, and life is a mass of unintelligent forces, to which intelligent beings are submitted, prostituted." "Oh, oh, prostituted!" "Perhaps life itself is something bigger than intelligence," said Alvina. "Bigger than intelligence!" shrieked Effie. "Nothing is bigger than intelligence. Your man is a hefty brute. His yellow eyes aren't intelligent, they're animal." "No," said Alvina. "Something else. I wish he didn't attract me." "There! Because you're not content to be at the mercy of forces!" cried Effie. I'm not. I want to be myself. And so forces tear me to pieces. Tear me to Oh, no!" Downstairs Tommy had walked Ciccio back into the house again, and the two men were drinking port in the study, discussing Italy, for which Tommy had a great sentimental affection, though he hated all Italian music after the younger Scarlatti. They drank port all through the night, Tommy being strictly forbidden to interfere upstairs, or even to fetch the doctor. They drank 3½ bottles of port, and were discovered in the morning by Alvina, fast asleep in the study, with the electric light still burning. Tommy slept with his fair and ruffled head hanging over the edge of the couch, like some great loose fruit. Ciccio was on the floor, face downwards, his face in his folded arms. Alvina had a great difficulty in waking the inert Ciccio. In the end she had to leave him and rouse Tommy first, who in rousing fell off the sofa with a crash which woke him disagreeably, so that he turned on Alvina in a fury, and asked her what the hell she thought she was doing. In answer to which Alvina held up a finger warningly, and Tommy, suddenly remembering, fell back as if he had been struck. "She is sleeping now," said Alvina. "Is it a boy or a girl?" he cried. "It isn't born yet," she said. "Oh God! It's an accursed fugue!" cried the bemused Tommy. After which they proceeded to wake Ciccio, who was like the dead doll in Petrushka, all loose and floppy. When he was awake, however, he smiled at Alvina and said, "Allay." The dark, waking smile upset her badly. End of Chapter 12. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 13 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wedded Wife. The upshot of it all was that Alvina ran away to Scarborough without telling anybody. It was in the first week in October. She asked for a week-end to make some arrangements for her marriage. The marriage was presumably with Dr. Mitchell, though she had given him no definite word. However, her month's notice was up, so she was legally free, and therefore she packed a rather large bag with all her ordinary things, and set off in her everyday dress, leaving the nursing paraphernalia behind. She knew Scarborough quite well, and quite quickly found rooms which she had occupied before, in a boarding house where she had stayed with Miss Frost long ago. Having recovered from her journey, she went out onto the cliffs on the north side. It was evening, and the sea was before her. What was she to do? She had run away from both men, from Ciccio as well as from Mitchell. She had spent the last fortnight more or less avoiding the pair of them. Now she had a moment to herself. She was even free from Mrs. Tuke, who, in her own way, was more exacting than the men. Mrs. Tuke had a baby daughter, and was getting well. Ciccio was living with the Tukes. Tommy had taken a fancy to him, and had half engaged him as a sort of personal attendant, the sort of thing Tommy would do, not having paid his butcher's bills. So Alvina sat on the cliffs in a mood of exasperation. She was sick of being badgered about. She didn't really want to marry anybody. Why should she? She was thankful beyond measure to be by herself. How sick she was of other people, and their importunities. What was she to do? She decided to offer herself again, in a little while, for war service, in a new town this time. Meanwhile she wanted to be by herself. She made excursions. She walked on the moors, in the brief but lovely days of early October. For 3 days it was all so sweet and lovely, perfect liberty, pure, almost paradisal. The 4th day it rained, simply rained all day long, and was cold, dismal, disheartening beyond words. There she sat, stranded in the dismalness, and knew no way out. She went to bed at 9 o'clock, having decided in a jerk to go to London and find work in the war hospitals at once, not to leave off until she had found it. But in the night she dreamed that Alexander, her first fiancé, was with her on the quay of some harbour, and was reproaching her bitterly, even reviling her for having come too late, so that they had missed their ship. They were there to catch the boat, and she, for dilatoriness, was an hour late, and she could see the broad stern of the steamer not far off. Just an hour late. She showed Alexander her watch, exactly 10 o'clock instead of 9, and he was more angry than ever because her watch was slow. He pointed to the harbour clock. It was 10 minutes past 10. When she woke up she was thinking of Alexander. It was such a long time since she had thought of him. She wondered if he had a right to be angry with her. The day was still grey, with sweepy rain clouds on the sea, gruesome, objectionable. It was a prolongation of yesterday. Well, despair was no good, and being miserable was no good either. She got no satisfaction out of either mood. The only thing to do was to act, seize hold of life, and wring its neck. She took the timetable that hung in the hall, the timetable, that magic carpet of to-day. When in doubt, move. This was the maxim, move. Where to? Another click of a resolution. She would wire to Ciccio and meet him. Where? York, Leeds, Halifax. She looked up the places in the timetable and decided on Leeds. She wrote out a telegram that she would be at Leeds that evening. Would he get it in time? Chance it. She hurried off and sent the telegram. Then she took a little luggage, told the people of her house she would be back next day, and set off. She did not like whirling in the direction of Lancaster, but no matter. She waited a long time for the train from the north to come in. The first person she saw was Tommy. He waved to her and jumped from the moving train. "I say," he said, "so glad to see you. Ciccio is with me. Effie insisted on my coming to see you." There was Ciccio climbing down with the bag, a sort of servant. This was too much for her. "So you came with your valet?" she said, as Ciccio stood with the bag. "Not a bit," said Tommy, laying his hand on the other man's shoulder. "We're the best of friends. I don't carry bags because my heart is rather groggy. I say, nurse, excuse me, but I like you better in uniform. Black doesn't suit you. You don't mind?" "Yes, I do. But I've only got black clothes, except uniforms." "Well, look here now. You're not going on anywhere to-night, are you?" "It is too late." "Well now, let's turn into the hotel and have a talk. I'm acting under Effie's orders, as you may gather." At the hotel Tommy gave her a letter from his wife, to the tune of "Don't marry this Italian, you'll put yourself in a wretched hole, and one wants to avoid getting into holes. I know," concluded Effie, on a sinister note. Tommy sang another tune. Ciccio was a lovely chap, a rare chap, a treat. He, Tommy, could quite understand any woman's wanting to marry him. Didn't agree a bit with Effie. But marriage, you know, was so final. And then with this war on, you never knew how things might turn out. A foreigner and all that. And then, you won't mind what I say, we won't talk about class and that rot. If the man's good enough, he's good enough by himself. But is he your intellectual equal, nurse? After all, it's a big point. You don't want to marry a man you can't talk to. Ciccio's a treat to be with, because he's so natural. But it isn't a mental treat. Alvina thought of Mrs. Tuke, who complained that Tommy talked music and pseudo-philosophy by the hour when he was wound up. She saw Effie's long, outstretched arm of repudiation and weariness. "Of course," another of Mrs. Tuke's exclamations, "why not be atavistic if you can be, and follow at a man's heel just because he's a man? Be like barbarous women, a slave." During all this, Ciccio stayed out of the room, as bidden. It was not till Alvina sat before her mirror that he opened her door softly, and entered. "I come in," he said, and he closed the door. Alvina remained with her hairbrush suspended, watching him. He came to her, smiling softly, to take her in his arms, but she put the chair between them. "Why did you bring Mr. Tuke?" she said. He lifted his shoulders. "I haven't brought him," he said, watching her. "Why did you show him the telegram?" "It was Mrs. Tuke took it." "Why did you give it to her?" "It was she who gave it me in her room. She kept it in her room till I came and took it." "All right," said Alvina. "Go back to the Tukes." And she began again to brush her hair. Ciccio watched her with narrowing eyes. "What do you mean?" he said. "I shan't go. Allez. You come with me." "Ha!" she sniffed scornfully. "I shall go where I like." But slowly he shook his head. "You come. Allez," he said. "You come with me. With Ciccio." She shuddered at the soft, plaintive entreaty. "How can I go with you? How can I depend on you at all?" Again he shook his head. His eyes had a curious yellow fire, beseeching, plaintive, with a demon quality of yearning compulsion. "Yes, you come with me, Allay. You come with me to Italy. You don't go to that other man. He is too old, not healthy. You come with me to Italy. Why do you send a telegram?" Alvina sat down and covered her face, trembling. "I can't, I can't, I can't," she moaned. "I can't do it. Yes, you come with me. I have money. You come with me to my place in the mountains, to my uncle's house. Fine house. You like it. Come with me, Allayé." She could not look at him. "Why do you want me?" she said. "Why I want you?" He gave a curious laugh, almost of ridicule. "I don't know that. You ask me another, eh?" She was silent, sitting looking downwards. "I can't, I think," she said abstractedly, looking up at him. He smiled, a fine, subtle smile, like a demon's, but inexpressibly gentle. He made her shiver as if she was mesmerised. And he was reaching forward to her as a snake reaches, nor could she recoil. "You come, Allayé," he said softly, with his foreign intonation. "You come. You come to Italy with me. Yes?" He put his hand on her, and she started as if she had been struck. But his hands, with the soft, powerful clasp, only closed her faster. "Yes?" he said. "Yes? All right, eh? All right." He had a strange mesmeric power over her, as if he possessed the sensual secrets, and she was to be subjected. "I can't," she moaned, trying to struggle. But she was powerless. Dark and insidious he was, he had no regard for her. How could a man's movements be so soft and gentle, and yet so inhumanly regardless? He had no regard for her. Why didn't she revolt? Why couldn't she? She was as if bewitched. She couldn't fight against her bewitchment. Why? Because he seemed to her beautiful, so beautiful. And this left her numb, submissive. Why must she see him beautiful? Why was she will-less? She felt herself like one of the old sacred prostitutes. A sacred prostitute. In the morning, very early, they left for Scarborough, leaving a letter for the sleeping Tommy. In Scarborough they went to the registrar's office. They could be married in a fortnight's time. And so the fortnight passed, and she was under his spell. Only she knew it. She felt extinguished. Ciccio talked to her, but only ordinary things. There was no wonderful intimacy of speech, such as she had always imagined and always craved for. No. He loved her, but it was in a dark, mesmeric way which did not let her be herself. His love did not stimulate her or excite her. It extinguished her. She had to be the quiescent, obscure woman. She felt as if she were veiled. Her thoughts were dim, in the dim back regions of consciousness. Yet, somewhere, she almost exulted. Atavism. Mrs. Tuke's word would play in her mind. Was it atavism, this sinking into extinction under the spell of Ciccio? Was it atavism, this strange, sleep-like submission to his being? Perhaps it was. Perhaps it was. But it was also heavy and sweet and rich. Somewhere she was content. Somewhere even she was vastly proud of the dark, veiled, eternal loneliness she felt under his shadow. And so it had to be. She shuddered when she touched him, because he was so beautiful, and she was so submitted. She quivered when he moved as if she were his shadow. Yet her mind remained distantly clear. She would criticise him, find fault with him, the things he did. But ultimately she could find no fault with him. She had lost the power. She didn't care. She had lost the power to care about his faults. Strange, sweet, poisonous indifference. She was drugged, and she knew it. Would she ever wake out of her dark, warm coma? She shuddered and hoped not. Mrs. Tuke would say atavism. Atavism. The word recurred curiously. But under all her questioning she felt well, a nonchalance deep as sleep, a passivity and indifference so dark and sweet she felt it must be evil. Evil! She was evil. And yet she had no power to be otherwise. They were legally married, and she was glad. She was relieved by knowing she could not escape. She was Mrs. Marasca. What was the good of trying to be Miss Houghton any longer? Marasca, the bitter cherry. Some dark poisoned fruit she had eaten. How glad she was she had eaten it! How beautiful he was! And no one saw it but herself. For her, it was so potent it made her tremble when she noticed him. His beauty, his dark shadow. Ciccio really was much handsomer since his marriage. He seemed to emerge. Before, he had seemed to make himself invisible in the streets in England altogether. But now something unfolded in him. He was a potent, glamorous presence. People turned to watch him. There was a certain dark, leopard-like pride in the air about him, something that the English people watched. He wanted to go to Italy, and now it was his will which counted. Alvina, as his wife, must submit. He took her to London the day after the marriage. He wanted to get away to Italy. He did not like being in England, a foreigner, amid the beginnings of the spy craze. In London they stayed at his cousin's house. His cousin kept a restaurant in Battersea, and was a flourishing London Italian, a real London product with all the good English virtues of cleanliness and honesty added to an Italian shrewdness. His name was Giuseppe Califano, and he was pale, and he had 4 children, of whom he was very proud. He received Alvina with an affable respect, as if she were an asset in the family, but as if he were a little uneasy and disapproving. She had come down in marrying Ciccio. She had lost caste. He rather seemed to exult over her degradation. For he was a northernized Italian. He had accepted English standards. His children were English brats. He almost patronized Alvina. But then a long, slow look from her remote blue eyes brought him up sharp, and he envied Ciccio suddenly. He was almost in love with her himself. She disturbed him. She disturbed him in his new English aplomb of a London restaurateur, and she disturbed in him the old Italian dark soul to which he was renegade. He tried treating her as an English lady, but the slow, remote look in her eyes made this fall flat. He had to be Italian. And he was jealous of Ciccio. In Ciccio's face was a lurking smile, and round his fine nose there seemed a subtle, semi-defiant triumph. After all, he had triumphed over his well-to-do Anglicised cousin. With a stealthy, leopard-like pride, Ciccio went through the streets of London in those wild early days of war. He was the one victor, arching stealthily over the vanquished north. Alvina saw nothing of all these complexities. For the time being, she was all dark and potent. Things were curious to her. It was curious to be in Battersea, in this English-Italian household, where the children spoke English more readily than Italian. It was strange to be high over the restaurant, to see the trees of the park, to hear the clang of trams. It was strange to walk out and come to the river. It was strange to feel the seethe of war and dread in the air, but she did not question. She seemed steeped in the passional influence of the man, as in some narcotic. She even forgot Mrs. Tuke's atavism. Vague and unquestioning she went through the days. She accompanied Ciccio into town, she went with him to make purchases, or she sat by his side in the music-hall, or she stayed in her room and sewed, or she sat at meals with the Califanos, a vague brightness on her face. And Mrs. Califano was very nice to her, very gentle, though with a suspicion of malicious triumph, mockery beneath her gentleness. Still, she was nice and womanly, hovering as she was between her English emancipation and her Italian subordination. She half pitied Alvina, and was more than half jealous of her. Alvina was aware of nothing, only of the presence of Ciccio. It was his physical presence which cast a spell over her. She lived within his aura, and she submitted to him as if he had extended his dark nature over her. She knew nothing about him. She lived mindlessly within his presence, quivering within his influence, as if his blood beat in her. She knew she was subjected. One tiny corner of her knew, and watched. He was very happy, and his face had a real beauty. His eyes glowed with lustrous secrecy, like the eyes of some victorious, happy wild creature seen remote under a bush. and he was very good to her. His tenderness made her quiver into a swoon of complete self-forgetfulness, as if the floodgates of her depths opened. The depth of his warm, mindless, enveloping love was immeasurable. She felt she could sink for ever into his warm, pulsating embrace. Afterwards, later on, when she was inclined to criticise him, she would remember the moment when she saw his face at the Italian consulate in London. There were many people at the consulate, clamouring for passports, a wild and ill-regulated crowd. They had waited their turn and got inside. Ciccio was not good at pushing his way. And inside a courteous, tall old man with a white beard had lifted the flap for Alvina to go inside the office and sit down to fill in the form. She thanked the old man, who bowed as if he had a reputation to keep up. Ciccio followed, and it was he who had to sit down and fill up the form, because she did not understand the Italian questions. She stood at his side, watching the excited, laughing, noisy East End Italians at the desk. The whole place had a certain free and easy confusion, a human, unofficial, muddling liveliness which was not quite like England, even though it was in the middle of London. "What was your mother's name?" Ciccio was asking her. She turned to him. He sat with the pen perched flourishingly at the end of his fingers, suspended in the serious and artistic business of filling in a form. And his face had a dark luminousness, like a dark transparence which was shut, and has now expanded. She quivered as if it was more than she could bear. For his face was open like a flower right to the depths of his soul, a dark, lovely translucency, vulnerable to the deep quick of his soul. The lovely, rich darkness of his southern nature, so different from her own, exposing itself now in its passional vulnerability, made her go white with a kind of fear. For an instant her face seemed drawn and old, as she looked down at him, answering his questions. Then her eyes became sightless with tears. She stopped as if to look at his writing, and quickly kissed his fingers that held the pen, there in the midst of the crowded, vulgar consulate. He stayed suspended, again looking up at her with the bright, unfolded eyes of a wild creature which plays and is not seen. A faint smile, very beautiful to her, was on his face. What did he see when he looked at her? She did not know. She did not know. And she would never know. For an instant she swore inside herself that God himself should not take her away from this man. She would commit herself to him through every eternity. And then the vagueness came over her again. She turned aside, photographically seeing the crowd in the consulate, but really unconscious. His movement as he rose seemed to move her in her sleep. She turned to him at once. It was early in November before they could leave for Italy, and her dim, lustrous state lasted all the time. She found herself at Charing Cross in the early morning, in all the bustle of catching the Continental train. Giuseppe was there, and Gemma his wife, and 2 of the children, besides 3 other Italian friends of Ciccio. They all crowded up the platform. Giuseppe had insisted that Ciccio should take second-class tickets. They were very early. Alvina and Ciccio were installed in a second-class compartment with all their packages. Ciccio was pale, yellowish under his tawny skin, and nervous. He stood excitedly on the platform talking in Italian, or rather in his own dialect, whilst Alvina sat quite still in her corner. Sometimes one of the women or one of the children came to say a few words to her, or Giuseppe hurried to her with illustrated papers. They treated her as if she were some sort of invalid or angel, now she was leaving. But most of their attention they gave to Ciccio, talking at him rapidly all at once, whilst he answered, and glanced in this way and that, under his fine lashes, and smiled his old, nervous, meaningless smile. He was curiously upset. Time came to shut the doors. The women and children kissed Alvina, saying, "You'll be all right, eh? Going to Italy?" And then profound and meaningful nods, which she could not interpret, but which were fraught surely with good fellowship. Then they all kissed Ciccio. The men took him in their arms and kissed him, on either cheek. The children lifted their faces in eager anticipation of the double kiss. Strange how eager they were for this embrace, how they all kept taking Ciccio's hand, one after the other, whilst he smiled constrainedly and nervously. End of Chapter 13. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 14 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The journey across. The train began to move. Giuseppe ran alongside, holding Ciccio's hand still. The women and children were crying and waving their handkerchiefs. The other men were shouting messages, making strange, eager gestures. And Alvina sat quite still, wonderingly. And so the big, heavy train drew out, leaving the others small and dim on the platform. It was foggy. The river was a sea of yellow beneath the ponderous iron bridge. The morning was dim and dank. The train was very full. Next to Alvina sat a trim Frenchwoman reading Les Lions. There was a terrible encumbrance of packages and luggage everywhere. Opposite her sat Ciccio, his black overcoat open over his pale grey suit, his black hat a little over his left eye. He glanced at her from time to time, smiling constrainedly. She remained very still. They ran through Bromley and out into the open country. It was grey, with shivers of grey sunshine. On the downs there was thin snow. The air in the train was hot, heavy with the crowd and tense with excitement and uneasiness. The train seemed to rush ponderously, massively, across the Weald. And so, through Folkestone to the sea. There was sun in the sky now, and white clouds, in the sort of hollow sky dome above the grey earth, with its horizon walls of fog. The air was still. The sea heaved with a sucking noise inside the dock. Alvina and Ciccio sat aft on the second-class deck, their bags near them. He put a white muffler round himself. Alvina hugged herself in her beaver scarf and muff. She looked tender and beautiful in her still vagueness, and Ciccio, hovering about her, was beautiful too. His estrangement gave him a certain wistful nobility, which for the moment put him beyond all class inferiority. The passengers glanced at them across the magic of estrangement. The sea was very still. The sun was fairly high in the open sky, where white cloud-tops showed against the pale, wintry blue. Across the sea came a silver sun-track, and Alvina and Ciccio looked at the sun, which stood a little to the right of the ship's course. "The sun!" said Ciccio, nodding towards the orb and smiling to her. "I love it," she said. He smiled again, silently. He was strangely moved. She did not know why. The wind was cold over the wintry sea, though the sun's beams were warm. They rose, walked round the cabins. Other ships were at sea, destroyers and battleships, grey, low, and sinister on the water. Then a tall bright schooner glimmered far down the channel. Some brown fishing smacks kept together. All was very still in the wintry sunshine of the channel. So they turned to walk to the stern of the boat, and Alvina's heart suddenly contracted. She caught Ciccio's arm as the boat rolled gently. For there, behind all the sunshine, was England. England, beyond the water, rising with ash-grey, corpse-grey cliffs, and streaks of snow on the downs above. England, like a long, ash-grey coffin, slowly submerging. She watched it, fascinated and terrified. It seemed to repudiate the sunshine, to remain unilluminated, long and ash-grey and dead, with streaks of snow like cerements. That was England. Her thoughts flew to Woodhouse, the grey centre of it all. Home! Her heart died within her. Never had she felt so utterly strange and far off. Ciccio at her side was as nothing. As spellbound she watched, away off, behind all the sunshine and the sea, the grey, snow-streaked substance of England slowly receding and sinking, submerging. She felt she could not believe it. It was like looking at something else. What? It was like a long ash-grey coffin. Winter, slowly submerging in the sea. England! She turned again to the sun, but clouds and veils were already weaving in the sky. The cold was beginning to soak in, moreover. She sat very still for a long time, almost an eternity. And when she looked round again there was only a bank of mist behind, beyond the sea. A bank of mist and a few grey, stalking ships. She must watch for the coast of France. And there it was already, looming up grey and amorphous, patched with snow. It had a grey, heaped, sordid look in the November light. She had imagined Boulogne gay and brilliant, whereas it was more grey and dismal than England. But not that magical, mystic, phantom look. The ship slowly put about, and backed into the harbour. She watched the quay approach. Ciccio was gathering up the luggage. Then came the first cry one ever hears. "Porter! Porter! Want a porter?" A porter in a blouse strung the luggage on his strap, and Ciccio and Alvina entered the crush for the exit and the passport inspection. There was a tense, eager, frightened crowd, and officials shouting directions in French and English. Alvina found herself at last before a table where bearded men in uniforms were splashing open the pink sheets of the English passports. She felt strange and uneasy, that her passport was unimpressive and Italian. The official scrutinised her, and asked questions of Ciccio. Nobody asked her anything. She might have been Ciccio's shadow. So they went through to the vast, crowded cavern of a customs house, where they found their porter waving to them in the mob. Ciccio fought in the mob while the porter whisked off Alvina to get seats in the big train, and at last she was planted once more in a seat, with Ciccio's place reserved beside her. And there she sat, looking across the railway lines at the harbour, in the last burst of grey sunshine. Men looked at her, officials stared at her, soldiers made remarks about her. And at last, after an eternity, Ciccio came along the platform, the porter trotting behind. They sat and ate the food they had brought, and drank wine and tea. And after weary hours the train set off, through snow-patched country, to Paris. Everywhere was crowded. The train was stuffy without being warm. Next to Alvina sat a large, fat, youngish Frenchman, who overflowed over her in a hot fashion. Darkness began to fall. The train was very late. There were strange and frightening delays. Strange lights appeared in the sky. Everybody seemed to be listening for strange noises. It was all such a whirl and confusion that Alvina lost count, relapsed into a sort of stupidity. Gleams, flashes, noises, and then at last the frenzy of Paris. It was night, a black city and snow falling, and no train that night across to the Gare de Lyon. In a state of semi-stupefaction after all the questionings and examinings and blusterings, they were finally allowed to go straight across Paris. But this meant another wild tussle with a Paris taxi driver in the filtering snow, so they were deposited in the Gare de Lyon. And the first person who rushed upon them was Geoffrey, in a rather grimy private's uniform. He had already seen some hard service, and had a wild, bewildered look. He kissed Ciccio and burst into tears on his shoulder, there in the great turmoil of the entrance hall of the Gare de Lyon. People looked, but nobody seemed surprised. Geoffrey sobbed, and the tears came silently down Ciccio's cheeks. "I've waited for you since 5 o'clock, and I've got to go back now. Ciccio, Ciccio, I wanted so badly to see you. I shall never see thee again, brother, my brother," cried Gigi, and a sob shook him. "Gigi, mon Gigi, tu as donc reçu ma lettre? Yesterday, oh Ciccio, Ciccio, I shall die without thee." "But no, Gigi, frère, you won't die." "Yes, Ciccio, I shall. I know I shall." "I say no, brother," said Ciccio. But a spasm suddenly took him. He pulled off his hat and put it over his face, and sobbed into it. "Adieu, ami, adieu," cried Gigi, clutching the other man's arm. Ciccio took his hat from his tear-stained face, and put it on his head. Then the two men embraced. "Toujours à toi," said Geoffrey. with a strange, solemn salute in front of Ciccio and Alvina. Then he turned on his heel and marched rapidly out of the station, his soiled soldier's overcoat flapping in the wind at the door. Ciccio watched him go. Then he turned and looked with haunted eyes into the eyes of Alvina, and then they hurried down the desolate platform in the darkness. Many people, Italians largely, were camped waiting there, while bits of snow wavered down. Ciccio bought food and hired cushions. The train backed in. There was a horrible fight for seats, men scrambling through windows. Alvina got a place, but Ciccio had to stay in the corridor. Then the long night journey through France, slow and blind. The train was now so hot that the iron plate on the floor burnt Alvina's feet. Outside she saw glimpses of snow. A fat Italian hotel keeper put on a smoking cap, covered the light, and spread himself before Alvina. In the next carriage a child was screaming. It screamed all the night, all the way from Paris to Chambéry, it screamed. The train came to sudden halts and stood still in the snow. The hotel keeper snored. Alvina became almost comatose in the burning heat of the carriage. And again the train rumbled on. And again she saw glimpses of stations, glimpses of snow, through the chinks in the curtained windows. And again there was a jerk and a sudden halt, a drowsy mutter from the sleepers, somebody uncovering the light, and somebody covering it again. Somebody looking out, somebody tramping down the corridor, the child screaming. The child belonged to two poor Italians, Milanese, a shred of a thin little man and a rather loose woman. They had 5 tiny children, all boys, and the 4 who could stand on their feet all wore scarlet caps. The 5th was a baby. Alvina had seen a French official yelling at the poor shred of a young father on the platform. When morning came and the bleary people pulled the curtains, it was a clear dawn, and they were in the south of France. There was no sign of snow. The landscape was half southern, half alpine. White houses with brownish tiles stood among almond trees and cactus. It was beautiful, and Alvina felt she had known it all before, in a happier life. The morning was graceful almost as spring. She went out in the corridor to talk to Ciccio. He was on his feet with his back to the inner window, rolling slightly to the motion of the train. His face was pale. He had that sombre, haunted, unhappy look. Alvina, thrilled by the southern country, was smiling excitedly. "This is my first morning abroad," she said. "Yes," he answered. "I love it here," she said. "Isn't this like Italy?" He looked darkly out of the window and shook his head. But the sombre look remained on his face. She watched him, and her heart sank as she had never known it sink before. "Are you thinking of Gigi?" she asked. He looked at her with a faint, unhappy, bitter smile, but he said nothing. He seemed far off from her. A wild unhappiness beat inside her breast. She went down the corridor, away from him, to avoid this new agony, which after all was not her agony. She listened to the chatter of French and Italian in the corridor. She felt the excitement and terror of France, inside the railway carriage, and outside she saw white oxen slowly ploughing beneath the lingering yellow poplars of the sub-Alps. She saw peasants looking up. She saw a woman holding a baby to her breast, watching the train. She saw the excited, yeasty crowds at the station, and they passed a river and a great lake. And it all seemed bigger, nobler than England. She felt vaster influences spreading around. The past was greater, more magnificent in these regions. For the first time the nostalgia of the vast Roman and classic world took possession of her, and she found it splendid. For the first time she opened her eyes on a continent, the alpine core of a continent. And for the first time she realised what it was to escape from the smallish perfection of England, into the grander imperfection of a great continent. Near Chambéry they went down for breakfast to the restaurant car, and secretly she was very happy. Ciccio's distress made her uneasy, but underneath she was extraordinarily relieved and glad. Ciccio did not trouble her very much. The sense of the bigness of the lands about her, the excitement of travelling with continental people, the pleasantness of her coffee and rolls and honey, the feeling that vast events were taking place, all this stimulated her. She had brushed, as it were, the fringe of the terror of the war and the invasion. Fear was seething around her. And yet she was excited and glad. The vast world was in one of its convulsions, and she was moving against it. Somewhere, she believed, in the convulsion, the event elated her. The train began to climb up to Modane. How wonderful the Alps were! What a bigness, an unbreakable power was in the mountains! Up and up the train crept, and she looked at the rocky slopes, the glistening peaks of snow in the blue heaven, the hollow valleys with fir trees and low-roofed houses. There were quarries near the railway, and men working. There was a strange mountain town, dirty-looking. And still the train climbed up and up, in the hot morning sunshine, creeping slowly round the mountain loops, so that a little brown dog from one of the cottages ran alongside the train for a long way, barking at Alvina, even running ahead of the creeping, snorting train, and barking at the people ahead. Alvina, looking out, saw the two unfamiliar engines snorting out their smoke round the bend ahead, and the morning wore away to midday. Ciccio became excited as they neared Modane, the frontier station. His eye lit up again, he pulled himself together for the entrance into Italy. Slowly the train rolled into the dismal station. And then a confusion indescribable of porters and masses of luggage, the unspeakable crush and crowd at the customs barriers, the more intense crowd through the passport office, all like a madness. They were out on the platform again. They had secured their places. Ciccio wanted to have luncheon in the station restaurant. They went through the passages, and there, in the dirty station gangways and big corridors, dozens of Italians were lying on the ground. Men, women, children, camping with their bundles and packages in heaps. They were either emigrants or refugees. Alvina had never seen people herd about like cattle, dumb, brute cattle. It impressed her. She could not grasp that an Italian labourer would lie down just where he was, tired, in the street, on a station, in any corner, like a dog. In the afternoon they were slipping down the Alps towards Turin, and everywhere was snow, deep, white, wonderful snow, beautiful and fresh, glistening in the afternoon light all down the mountain slopes, on the railway track, almost seeming to touch the train, and twilight was falling, and at the stations people crowded in once more. It had been dark a long time when they reached Turin. Many people alighted from the train, many surged to get in. But Ciccio and Alvina had seats side by side. They were becoming tired now, but they were in Italy. Once more they went down for a meal, and then the train set off again in the night for Alessandria and Genoa, Pisa and Rome. It was night, the train ran better, there was a more easy sense in Italy. Ciccio talked a little with other travelling companions, and Alvina settled her cushion and slept more or less till Genoa. After the long wait at Genoa she dozed off again. She woke to see the sea in the moonlight beneath her, a lovely silvery sea, coming right to the carriage. The train seemed to be tripping on the edge of the Mediterranean, round bays and between dark rocks and under castles, a night-time fairyland, for hours. She watched, spellbound by the magic of the world itself, and she thought to herself, whatever life may be, and whatever horror men have made of it, the world is a lovely place, a magic place, something to marvel over. The world is an amazing place. This thought dozed her off again. Yet she had a consciousness of tunnels and hills, and of broad marshes pallid under a moon and a coming dawn. And in the dawn there was Pisa. She watched the word hanging in the station in the dimness. Pisa. Ciccio told her people were changing for Florence. It all seemed wonderful to her, wonderful. She sat and watched the black station, then she heard the sound of the child's trumpet, and it did not occur to her to connect the trains moving on with the sound of the trumpet. But she saw the golden dawn, a golden sun coming out of level country. She loved it. She loved being in Italy. She loved the lounging carelessness of the train. She liked having Italian money, hearing the Italians round her, though they were neither as beautiful nor as melodious as she had expected. She loved watching the glowing, antique landscape. She read and read again È pericoloso sporgersi, and È vietato fumare, and the other little magical notices on the carriages. Ciccio told her what they meant, and how to say them, and sympathetic Italians opposite at once asked him if they were married, and who and what his bride was, and they gazed at her with bright, approving eyes, though she felt terribly bedraggled and travel-worn. "You come from England? Yes, nice country," said a man in a corner, leaning forward to make this display of his linguistic capacity. "Not so nice as this," said Alvina. "Eh?" Alvina repeated herself. "Not so nice? Oh, no, fog, eh?" The fat man whisked his fingers in the air, to indicate fog in the atmosphere. "But nice country. Very convenient." He sat up in triumph, having achieved this word. And the conversation once more became a spatter of Italian. The women were very interested. They looked at Alvina, at every atom of her. And she divined that they were wondering if she was already with child. Sure enough, they were asking Ciccio in Italian if she was making him a baby. But he shook his head and did not know, just a bit constrained. So they ate slices of sausages and bread and fried rice balls with wonderfully greasy fingers, and they drank red wine in big throatfuls out of bottles, and they offered their fare to Ciccio and Alvina, and were charmed when she said to Ciccio she would have some bread and sausage. He picked the strips off the sausage for her with his fingers, and made her a sandwich with a roll. The women watched her bite it, and bright-eyed and pleased, they said, nodding their heads, "Buono? Buono?" And she, who knew this word, understood, and replied, "Yes, good, buono," nodding her head likewise, which caused immense satisfaction. The women showed the whole paper of sausage slices, and nodded, and beamed, and said, "Se vuole ancora?" And Alvina bit her wide sandwich, and smiled, and said, "Yes, awfully nice." And the women looked at each other and said something, and Ciccio interposed, shaking his head. But one woman ostentatiously wiped a bottle mouth with a clean handkerchief, and offered the bottle to Alvina, saying, "Vino buono, vecchio, vecchio," nodding violently and indicating that she should drink. She looked at Ciccio, and he looked back at her doubtingly. "Shall I drink some?" she said. "If you like," he replied, making an Italian gesture of indifference. So she drank some of the wine, and it dribbled onto her chin. She was not good at managing a bottle, but she liked the feeling of warmth it gave her. She was very tired. "Si piace? Piace?" "Do you like it?" interpreted Ciccio. "Yes, very much." "What is very much?" she asked of Ciccio. "Molto." "Si, molto." Of course, I knew molto from music, she added. The women made noises and smiled and nodded, and so the train pulsed on till they came to Rome. There was again the wild scramble with luggage, a general leave-taking, and then the masses of people on the station at Rome. Roma! Roma! What was it to Alvina but a name, and a crowded, excited station, and Ciccio running after the luggage, and the pair of them eating in a station restaurant. Almost immediately after eating, they were in the train once more, with new fellow-travellers, running south this time, towards Naples. In a daze of increasing weariness, Alvina watched the dreary, to her sordid-seeming Campagna that skirts the railway, the broken aqueduct trailing in the near distance over the stricken plain. She saw a tram-car, far out from everywhere, running up to cross the railway. She saw it was going to Frascati. And slowly the hills approached. They passed the vines of the foothills, the reeds, and were among the mountains. Wonderful little towns, perched fortified on rocks and peaks. Mountains rose straight up off the level plain, like old topographical prints. Rivers wandered in the wild, rocky places. It all seemed ancient and shaggy, savage still, under all its remote civilization, this region of the Alban mountains, south of Rome. So the train clambered up and down, and went round corners. They had not far to go now. Alvina was almost too tired to care what it would be like. They were going to Cicio's native village. They were to stay in the house of his uncle, his mother's brother. This uncle had been a model in London. He had built a house on the land left by Cicio's grandfather. He lived alone now, for his wife was dead and his children were abroad. Giuseppe was his son, Giuseppe of Battersea, in whose house Alvina had stayed. This much Alvina knew. She knew that a portion of the land down at Pescocalascio belonged to Ciccio, a bit of half-savage, ancient earth that had been left to his mother by old Francesco Califano, her hard, grinding peasant father. This land remained integral in the property, and was worked by Ciccio's two uncles, Pangrazio and Giovanni. Pangrazio was the well-to-do uncle, who had been a model and had built a villa. Giovanni was not much good. That was how Ciccio put it. They expected Pangrazio to meet them at the station. Ciccio collected his bundles and put his hat straight and peered out of the window into the steep mountains of the afternoon. There was a town in the opening between steep hills, a town on a flat plain that ran into the mountains like a gulf. The train drew up. They had arrived. Alvina was so tired she could hardly climb down to the platform. It was about 4 o'clock. Ciccio looked up and down for Pangrazio, but could not see him. So he put his luggage into a pile on the platform, told Alvina to stand by it, whilst he went off for the registered boxes. A porter came and asked her questions, of which she understood nothing. Then at last came Ciccio, shouldering one small trunk, whilst a porter followed, shouldering another. Out they trotted, leaving Alvina abandoned with the pile of hand luggage. She waited. The train drew out. Ciccio and the porter came bustling back. They took her out through the little gate, to where, in the flat desert space behind the railway, stood 2 great, drab motor omnibuses and a rank of open carriages. Ciccio was handing up the handbags to the roof of one of the big post omnibuses. When it was finished, the man on the roof came down, and Ciccio gave him and the station porter each 6pence. The station porter immediately threw his coin on the ground, with a gesture of indignant contempt, spread his arms wide, and expostulated violently. Ciccio expostulated back again, and they pecked at each other, verbally, like 2 birds. It ended by the rolling up of the burly, black-moustached driver of the omnibus, whereupon Ciccio quite amicably gave the porter 2 nickel 2pences in addition to the 6pence, whereupon the porter quite lovingly wished him bon viaggio. So Alvina was stowed into the body of the omnibus, with Ciccio at her side. They were no sooner seated than a voice was heard, in beautifully modulated English. "You are here? Why, how have I missed you?" It was Pancrazio, a smallish, rather battered-looking, shabby Italian of 60 or more, with a big moustache, and reddish-rimmed eyes, and a deeply lined face. He was presented to Alvina. "How have I missed you?" he said. "I was on the station when the train came, and I did not see you." But it was evident he had taken wine. He had no further opportunity to talk. The compartment was full of large mountain peasants, with black hats and big cloaks and overcoats. They found Pancrazio a seat at the far end, and there he sat, with his deeply lined, impassive face and slightly glazed eyes. He had yellow-brown eyes like Ciccio, but in the uncle the eyelids dropped in a curious, heavy way. The eyes looked dull, like those of some old rakish tom-cat. They were slightly rimmed with red. A curious person. And his English, though slow, was beautifully pronounced. He glanced at Alvina with slow, impersonal glances, not at all a stare. And he sat for the most part impassive and abstract as a Red Indian. At the last moment a large black priest was crammed in, and the door shut behind him. Every available seat was let down and occupied. The second great post-omnibus rolled away, and then the one for Mola followed, rolling Alvina and Ciccio over the next stage of their journey. The sun was already slanting to the mountain tops. Shadows were falling on the gulf of the plain. The omnibus charged at a great speed along a straight white road, which cut through the cultivated level straight towards the core of the mountain. By the roadside, peasant men in cloaks, peasant women in full gathered dresses with white bodices or blouses having great full sleeves, tramped in the ridge of grass, driving cows or goats, or leading heavily laden asses. The women had coloured kerchiefs on their heads, like the women Alvina remembered at the Sunday school treats, who used to tell fortunes with green little lovebirds, and they all tramped along towards the blue shadow of the closing-in mountains, leaving the peaks of the town behind on the left. At a branch road the bus suddenly stopped, and there it sat calmly in the road beside an icy brook in the falling twilight. Great moth-white oxen waved past, drawing a long, low load of wood. The peasants left behind began to come up again in picturesque groups. The icy brook tinkled, goats and pigs and cows wandered and shook their bells along the grassy borders of the road and the flat, unbroken fields, being driven slowly home. Peasants jumped out of the omnibus on the road to chat, and a sharp air came in. High overhead, as the sun went down, was the curious, icy radiance of snow mountains, and a pinkness, while shadow deepened in the valley. At last, after about half an hour, the youth who was conductor of the omnibus came running down the wild side road, everybody clambered in, and away the vehicle charged, into the neck of the plain. With a growl and a rush it swooped up the first loop of the ascent. Great precipices rose on the right, the ruddiness of sunset above them. The road wound and swirled, trying to get up the pass. The omnibus pegged slowly up, then charged round a corner, swirled into another loop, and pegged heavily once more. It seemed dark between the closing-in mountains. The rocks rose very high. The road looped and swerved from one side of the wide defile to the other. The vehicle pulsed and persisted. Sometimes there was a house, sometimes a wood of oak trees, sometimes the glimpse of a ravine, then the tall white glisten of snow above the earthy blackness, and still they went on, up the darkness. Peering ahead, Alvina thought she saw the hollow between the peaks, which was the top of the pass, and every time the omnibus took a new turn, she thought it was coming out on the top of this hollow between the heights, but no, the road coiled right away again. A wild little village came in sight. This was the destination. Again, no. Only the tall, handsome mountain youth who had sat across from her descended grumbling because the bus had brought him past his road, the driver having refused to pull up. Everybody expostulated with him, and he dropped into the shadow. The big priest squeezed into his place. The bus wound on, and always towards that hollow skyline between the high peaks. At last they ran up between buildings nipped between high rock faces, and out into a little market-place, the crown of the pass. The luggage was got out and lifted down. Alvina descended. There she was, in a wild centre of an old, unfinished little mountain town. The facade of a church rose from a small eminence. A white road ran to the right, where a great open valley showed faintly beyond and beneath. Low, squalid sort of buildings stood around, with some high buildings. And there were bare little trees. The stars were in the sky, the air was icy. People stood darkly, excited about, women with an odd, shell-patterned headdress of gophered linen, something like a parlour-maid's cap, came and stared hard. They were hard-faced mountain women. Pancrazio was talking to Ciccio in dialect. "I couldn't get a cart to come down," he said in English, "but I shall find one here. Now what will you do? Put the luggage in Grazia's place while you wait?" They went across the open place to a sort of shop called the Post Restaurant. It was a little hole with an earthen floor and a smell of cats. 3 crones were sitting over a low brass brazier, in which charcoal and ashes smouldered. Men were drinking. Ciccio ordered coffee with rum, and the hard-faced Grazia, in her unfresh headdress, dabbled the little dirty coffee cups in dirty water, took the coffee pot out of the ashes, poured in the old black boiling coffee 3 parts full, and slopped the cup over with rum. Then she dashed in a spoonful of sugar, to add to the pool in the saucer, and her customers were served. However, Ciccio drank up, so Alvina did likewise, burning her lips smartly. Ciccio paid and ducked his way out. "Now, what will you buy?" asked Pancrazio. "Buy?" said Ciccio. "Food?" said Pancrazio. "Have you brought food?" "No," said Ciccio. so they trailed up stony dark ways to a butcher, and got a big red slice of meat, to a baker, and got enormous flat loaves. Sugar and coffee they bought, and Pancrazio lamented in his elegant English that no butter was to be obtained. Everywhere the hard-faced women came and stared into Alvina's face, asking questions, and both Ciccio and Pancrazio answered rather coldly, with some hauteur. There was evidently not too much intimacy between the people of Pescocalascio and these semi-town folk of Ossona. Alvina felt as if she were in a strange, hostile country, in the darkness of the savage little mountain town. At last they were ready. They mounted into a two-wheeled cart. Alvina and Ciccio behind, Pancrazio and the driver in front, the luggage promiscuous. The bigger things were left for the morrow. It was icy cold, with a flashing darkness. The moon would not rise till later. And so, without any light but that of the stars, the cart went spanking and rattling downhill, down the pale road which wound down the head of the valley to the gulf of darkness below. Down in the darkness, into the darkness they rattled, wildly and without heed, the young driver making strange noises to his dim horse, cracking a whip, and asking endless questions of Pancrazio. Alvina sat close to Ciccio. He remained almost impassive. The wind was cold, the stars flashed, and they rattled down the rough, broad road under the rocks, down and down in the darkness. Ciccio sat crouching forwards, staring ahead. Alvina was aware of mountains, rocks, and stars. "I didn't know it was so wild," she said. "It is not much," he said. There was a sad, plangent note in his voice. He put his hand upon her. "You don't like it?" he said. "I think it's lovely. Wonderful," she said, dazed. He held her passionately, but she did not feel she needed protecting. It was all wonderful and amazing to her. She could not understand why he seemed upset and in a sort of despair. To her there was magnificence in the lustrous stars and the steepnesses, magic rather terrible and grand. They came down to the level valley bed and went rolling along. There was a house, and a lurid red fire burning outside against the wall, and dark figures about it. "What is that?" she said. "What are they doing?" "I don't know," said Ciccio. "Cosa fanno lì, eh?" "Ca? Fanno il buga," said the driver. "They are doing some washing," said Pancrazio, explanatory. "Washing?" said Alvina. "Boiling the clothes," said Ciccio. On the cart rattled and bumped, in the cold night, down the highway in the valley. Alvina could make out the darkness of the slopes. Overhead she saw the brilliance of Orion. She felt she was quite, quite lost. She had gone out of the world, over the border, into some place of mystery. She was lost to Woodhouse, to Lancaster, to England, all lost. They passed through a darkness of woods, with a swift sound of cold water, and then suddenly the cart pulled up. Some one came out of a lighted doorway in the darkness. "We must get down here, the cart doesn't go any further," said Pancrazio. "Are we there?" said Alvina. "No, it is about a mile, but we must leave the cart." Ciccio asked questions in Italian. Alvina climbed down. "Good evening. Are you cold?" came a loud, raucous, American-Italian female voice. It was another relation of Ciccio's. Alvina stared and looked at the handsome, sinister, raucous-voiced young woman who stood in the light of the doorway. "Rather cold," she said. "Come in, and warm yourself," said the young woman. "My sister's husband lives here," explained Pancrazio. Alvina went through the doorway into the room. It was a sort of inn. On the earthen floor glowed a great round pan of charcoal, which looked like a flat pool of fire. Men in hats and cloaks sat at a table playing cards by the light of a small lamp. A man was pouring wine. The room seemed like a cave. "Warm yourself," said the young woman, pointing to the flat disc of fire on the floor. She put a chair up to it, and Alvina sat down. The men in the room stared, but went on noisily with their cards. Ciccio came in with luggage. Men got up and greeted him effusively, watching Alvina between whiles as if she was some alien creature. Words of American sounded among the Italian dialect. There seemed to be a confab of some sort, aside. Ciccio came and said to her, "They want to know if we will stay the night here." "I would rather go on home," she said. He averted his face at the word home. "You see," said Pancrazio, "I think you might be more comfortable here than in my poor house. You see, I have no woman to care for it." Alvina glanced round the cave of a room, at the rough fellows in their black hats. She was thinking how she would be more comfortable here. "I would rather go on," she said. "Then we will get the donkey," said Pancrazio, stoically, and Alvina followed him out onto the high road. From a shed issued a smallish, brigand-looking fellow carrying a lantern. He had his cloak over his nose, and his hat over his eyes. His legs were bundled with white rag, crossed and crossed with hide straps, and he was shod in silent skin sandals. "This is my brother Giovanni," said Pancrazio. "He is not quite sensible." Then he broke into a loud flood of dialect. Giovanni touched his hat to Alvina, and gave the lantern to Pancrazio. Then he disappeared, returning in a few moments with the ass. Ciccio came out with the baggage, and by the light of the lantern the things were slung on either side of the ass, in a rather precarious heap. Pancrazio tested the rope again. "There! Go on, and I shall come in a minute." "Aye, aye, aye!" cried Giovanni at the ass, striking the flank of the beast. Then he took the leading rope and led up on the dark highway, stalking with his dingy white legs under his muffled cloak, leading the ass. Alvina noticed the shuffle of his skin-sandalled feet, the quiet step of the ass. She walked with Ciccio near the side of the road. He carried the lantern. The ass with its load plodded a few steps ahead. There were trees on the roadside, and a small channel of invisible but noisy water. Big rocks jutted sometimes. It was freezing. The mountain high-road was congealed. High stars flashed overhead. "How strange it is," said Alvina to Ciccio. "Are you glad you've come home?" "It isn't my home," he replied, as if the word fretted him. "Yes, I'd like to see it again, but it isn't a place for young people to live in. You will see how you like it." She wondered at his uneasiness. It was the same in Pancrazio. The latter now came running to catch them up. "I think you will be tired," he said. "You ought to have stayed at my relation's house down there." "No, I'm not tired," said Alvina, "but I'm hungry." "Well, we shall eat something when we come to my house." They plodded in the darkness of the valley high-road. Pancrazio took the lantern and went to examine the load, hitching the ropes. A great flat loaf fell out and rolled away, and smack came a little valise. Pancrazio broke into a flood of dialect to Giovanni, handing him the lantern. Ciccio picked up the bread and put it under his arm. "Break me a little piece," said Alvina. And in the darkness they both chewed bread. After a while Pancrazio halted with the ass just ahead, and took the lantern from Giovanni. "We must leave the road here," he said. And with the lantern he carefully, courteously showed Alvina a small track descending in the side of the bank, between bushes. Alvina ventured down the steep descent, Pancrazio following, showing a light. In the rear was Giovanni, making noises at the ass. They all picked their way down into the great white bouldered bed of a mountain river. It was a wide, strange bed of dry boulders, pallid under the stars. There was a sound of a rushing river, glacial sounding. The place seemed wild and desolate. In the distance was a darkness of bushes along the far shore. Pancrazio swinging the lantern, they threaded their way through the uneven boulders till they came to the river itself, not very wide, but rushing fast. A long, slender, drooping plank crossed over. Alvina crossed, rather tremulous, followed by Pancrazio with the light, and Ciccio with the bread and the valise. They could hear the click of the ass and the ejaculations of Giovanni. Pancrazio went back over the stream with the light. Alvina saw the dim ass come up, wander uneasily to the stream, plant his forelegs and sniff the water, his nose right down. "Here! Here!" cried Pancrazio, striking the beast on the flank. But it only lifted its nose and turned aside. It would not take the stream. Pancrazio seized the leading rope angrily and turned upstream. "Why were donkeys made? They are beasts without sense. His voice floated angrily across the chill darkness. Ciccio laughed. He and Alvina stood in the wide, stony river bed, in the strong starlight, watching the dim figures of the ass and the men crawl upstream with the lantern. Again the same performance, the white muzzle of the ass stooping down to sniff the water suspiciously, his hind quarters tilted up with the load. Again the angry yells and blows from Pancrazio. And the ass seemed to be taking the water. But no. After a long deliberation he drew back. Angry language sounded through the crystal air. The group with the lantern moved again upstream, becoming smaller. Alvina and Ciccio stood and watched. The lantern looked small up the distance. But there, a clocking, shouting, splashing sound. "He is going over," said Ciccio. Pancrazio came hurrying back to the plank with the lantern. "Oh, the stupid beast! I could kill him!" cried he. "Isn't he used to the water?" said Alvina. "Yes, he is, but he won't go except where he thinks he will go. You might kill him before he should go." They picked their way across the river bed, to the wild scrub and bushes of the farther side. There they waited for the ass, which came up clicking over the boulders, led by the patient Giovanni. And then they took a difficult, rocky track ascending between banks. Alvina felt the uneven scramble a great effort, but she got up. Again they waited for the ass, and then again they struck off to the right, under some trees. A house appeared dimly. "Is that it?" said Alvina. "No, it belongs to me, but that is not my house. A few steps further. Now we are on my land." They were treading a rough sort of grassland, and still climbing. It ended in a sudden little scramble between big stones, and suddenly they were on the threshold of a quite important-looking house, but it was all dark. "Oh!" exclaimed Pancrazio. "They have done nothing that I told them." He made queer noises of exasperation. "What?" said Alvina. "Neither made a fire, nor anything. Wait a minute." The ass came up. Ciccio, Alvina, Giovanni and the ass waited in the frosty starlight under the wild house. Pancrazio disappeared round the back. Ciccio talked to Giovanni. He seemed uneasy, as if he felt depressed. Pancrazio returned with the lantern, and opened the big door. Alvina followed him into a stone-floored, wide passage, where stood farm implements, where a little of straw and beans lay in a corner, and whence rose bare wooden stairs. So much she saw in the glimpse of lantern light, as Pancrazio pulled the string and entered the kitchen. A dim-walled room with a vaulted roof, and a great, dark, open hearth, fireless. A bare room, with a little rough dark furniture, an unswept stone floor, iron-barred windows, rather small, in the deep thickness of the wall, one half shut with a drab shutter. It was rather like a room on the stage, gloomy, not meant to be lived in. "I will make a light," said Pancrazio, taking a lamp from the mantelpiece and proceeding to wind it up. Ciccio stood behind Alvina, silent. He had put down the bread and valise on a wooden chest. She turned to him. "It's a beautiful room," she said. Which, with its high, vaulted roof, its dirty whitewash, its great black chimney, it really was. But Ciccio did not understand. He smiled gloomily. The lamp was lighted. Alvina looked round in wonder. "Now I will make a fire. You, Ciccio, will help Giovanni with the donkey," said Pancrazio, scuttling with the lantern. Alvina looked at the room. There was a wooden settle in front of the hearth, stretching its back to the room. There was a little table under a square recessed window, on whose sloping ledge were newspapers, scattered letters, nails and a hammer. On the table were dried beans and 2 maize cobs. In a corner were shelves, with 2 chipped enamel plates, and a small table underneath, on which stood a bucket of water with a dipper. Then there was a wooden chest, 2 little chairs, and a litter of faggots, cane, vine twigs, bare maize hubs, oak twigs filling the corner by the hearth. Pancrazio came scrambling in with fresh faggots. "They have not done what I told them, the tiresome people," he said. "I told them to make a fire and prepare the house. You will be uncomfortable in my poor home. I have no woman, nothing. Everything is wrong." He broke the pieces of cane and kindled them in the hearth. Soon there was a good blaze. Ciccio came in with the bags and the food. "I had better go upstairs and take my things off," said Alvina. "I'm so hungry." "You had better keep your coat on," said Pancrazio. "The room is cold," which it was, ice cold. She shuddered a little. She took off her hat and fur. "Shall we fry some meat?" said Pancrazio. He took a frying pan, found lard in the wooden chest (it was the food chest), and proceeded to fry pieces of meat in a frying pan over the fire. Alvina wanted to lay the table, but there was no cloth. "We will sit here as I do, to eat," said Pancrazio. He produced 2 enamel plates and 1 soup plate, 3 penny iron forks and 2 old knives, and a little grey, coarse salt in a wooden bowl. These he placed on the seat of the settle in front of the fire. Ciccio was silent. The settle was dark and greasy. Alvina feared for her clothes. But she sat with her enamel plate and her impossible fork, a piece of meat and a chunk of bread, and ate. It was difficult, but the food was good, and the fire blazed. Only there was a film of wood smoke in the room, rather smarting. Ciccio sat on the settle beside her, and ate in large mouthfuls. "I think it's fun," said Alvina. He looked at her with dark, haunted, gloomy eyes. She wondered what was the matter with him. "Don't you think it's fun?" she said, smiling. He smiled slowly. "You won't like it," he said. "Why not?" she cried, in panic lest he prophesied truly. Pancrazio scuttled in and out with the lantern. He brought wrinkled pears and green round grapes and walnuts on a white cloth, and presented them. "I think my pears are still good," he said. "You must eat them, and excuse my uncomfortable house." Giovanni came in with a big bowl of soup and a bottle of milk. There was room only for 3 on the settle before the hearth. He pushed his chair among the litter of fire kindling, and sat down. He had bright, bluish eyes and a fattish face, was a man of about 50, but had a simple, kindly, slightly imbecile face. All the men kept their hats on. The soup was from Giovanni's cottage. It was for Pancrazio and him, but there was only 1 spoon, so Pancrazio ate a dozen spoonfuls and handed the bowl to Giovanni, who protested and tried to refuse, but accepted, and ate 10 spoonfuls, then handed the bowl back to his brother, with the spoon. So they finished the bowl between them. Then Pancrazio found wine, a whitish wine, not very good, for which he apologized, and he invited Alvina to coffee, which she accepted gladly. For though the fire was warm in front, behind was very cold. Pancrazio stuck a long pointed stick down the handle of a saucepan, and gave this utensil to Ciccio, to hold over the fire and scald the milk, whilst he put the tin coffee-pot in the ashes. He took a long iron tube or blow-pipe, which rested on 2 little feet at the far end. This he gave to Giovanni to blow the fire. Giovanni was a fire-worshipper. His eyes sparkled as he took the blowing tube. He put fresh faggots behind the fire, though Pancrazio forbade him. He arranged the burning faggots, and then softly he blew a red-hot fire for the coffee. "Basta, basta," said Ciccio, but Giovanni blew on, his eyes sparkling, looking to Alvina. He was making the fire beautiful for her. There was 1 cup, 1 enamelled mug, 1 little bowl. This was the coffee service. Pancrazio noisily ground the coffee. He seemed to do everything, old, stooping as he was. At last Giovanni took his leave. The kettle which hung on the hook over the fire was boiling over. Ciccio burnt his hand lifting it off. And at last, Alvina could go to bed. Pancrazio went first with the candle, then Ciccio with the black kettle, then Alvina. The men still had their hats on. Their boots tramped noisily on the bare stairs. The bedroom was very cold. It was a fair-sized room with a concrete floor and white walls, and window door opening on a little balcony. There were 2 high white beds on opposite sides of the room. The washstand was a little tripod thing. The air was very cold, freezing. The stone floor was dead cold to the feet. Ciccio sat down on a chair and began to take off his boots. She went to the window. The moon had risen. There was a flood of light on dazzling white snow-tops, glimmering and marvellous in the evanescent night. She went out for a moment onto the balcony. It was a wonder-world. The moon over the snow heights, the pallid valley bed away below, the river hoarse and round about her, scrubby blue dark foothills with twiggy trees. Magical it all was, but so cold. "You had better shut the door," said Ciccio. She came indoors. She was dead tired, and stunned with cold, and hopelessly dirty after that journey. Ciccio had gone to bed without washing. "Why does the bed rustle?" she asked him. It was stuffed with dry maize leaves, the dry sheaths from the cobs, stuffed enormously high. He rustled like a snake among dead foliage. Alvina washed her hands. There was nothing to do with the water but throw it out of the door. Then she washed her face, thoroughly, in good hot water. What a blessed relief! She sighed as she dried herself. "It does one good," she sighed. Ciccio watched her as she quickly brushed her hair. She was almost stupefied with weariness and the cold, bruising air. Blindly she crept into the high, rustling bed. But it was made high in the middle, and it was icy cold. It shocked her almost as if she had fallen into water. She shuddered, and became semi-conscious with fatigue. The blankets were heavy, heavy. She was dazed with excitement and wonder. She felt vaguely that Ciccio was miserable, and wondered why. She woke with a start an hour or so later. The moon was in the room. She did not know where she was. And she was frightened. And she was cold. A real terror took hold of her. Ciccio in his bed was quite still. Everything seemed electric with horror. She felt she would die instantly. Everything was so terrible around her. She could not move. She felt that everything around her was horrific, extinguishing her, putting her out. Her very being was threatened. In another instant she would be transfixed. Making a violent effort she sat up. The silence of Ciccio in his bed was as horrible as the rest of the night. She had a horror of him also. What would she do? Where would she flee? She was lost, lost, lost utterly. The knowledge sank into her like ice. Then deliberately she got out of bed and went across to him. He was horrible and frightening, but he was warm. She felt his power and his warmth invade her and extinguish her. The mad and desperate passion that was in him sent her completely unconscious again. Completely unconscious. End of Chapter 14. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 15 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The place called Califano. There is no mistake about it. Alvina was a lost girl. She was cut off from everything she belonged to. Ovid, isolated in Thrace, might well lament. The soul itself needs its own mysterious nourishment. This nourishment lacking, nothing is well. At Pescocalascio, it was the mysterious influence of the mountains and valleys themselves which seemed always to be annihilating the English woman. Nay, not only her, but the very natives themselves. Ciccio and Pancrazio clung to her essentially, as if she saved them also from extinction. It needed all her courage. Truly, she had to support the souls of the two men. At first she did not realize. She was only stunned with the strangeness of it all. Startled, half enraptured with the terrific beauty of the place, half horrified by its savage annihilation of her. But she was stunned. The days went by. It seems there are places which resist us, which have the power to overthrow our psychic being. It seems as if every country has its potent negative centres, localities which savagely and triumphantly refuse our living culture. And Alvina had struck one of them, here, on the edge of the Abruzzi. She was not in the village of Pescocalascio itself. That was a long hour's walk away. Pancrazio's house was the chief of a tiny hamlet of 3 houses, called Califano, because the Califanos had made it. There was the ancient, savage hole of a house, quite windowless, where Pancrazio and Ciccio's mother had been born, the family home. Then there was Pancrazio's villa. And then, a little below, another newish, modern house in a sort of wild meadow, inhabited by the peasants who worked the land. 10 minutes' walk away was another cluster of 7 or 8 houses, where Giovanni lived. But there was no shop, no post nearer than Pescocalascio, an hour's heavy road up deep and rocky, wearying tracks. And yet, what could be more lovely than the sunny days, pure, hot, blue days among the mountain foothills, irregular, steep little hills, half wild with twiggy brown oak trees, and marshes and broom heaths, half cultivated in a wild, scattered fashion. Lovely in the lost hollows beyond a marsh to see Ciccio slowly ploughing with 2 great white oxen. Lovely to go with Pancrazio down to the wild scrub that bordered the river bed, then over the white bouldered, massive desert, and across stream to the other scrubby savage shore, and so up to the high road. Pancrazio was very happy if Alvina would accompany him. He liked it that she was not afraid, and her sense of the beauty of the place was an infinite relief to him. Nothing could have been more marvellous than the winter twilight. Sometimes Alvina and Pancrazio were late returning with the ass, and then gingerly the ass would step down the steep banks, already beginning to freeze when the sun went down, and again he would baulk the stream, while a violet-blue dusk descended on the white, wide stream bed, and the scrub and lower hills became dark and in heaven. Oh, almost unbearably lovely, the snow of the near mountains was burning rose against the dark blue heavens. How unspeakably lovely it was, no one could ever tell. The grand, pagan twilight of the valleys, savage, cold, with a sense of ancient gods who knew the right for human sacrifice. It stole away the soul of Alvina. She felt transfigured in it, clairvoyant in another mystery of life. A savage hardness came in her heart. The gods who had demanded human sacrifice were quite right, immutably right. The fierce, savage gods who dipped their lips in blood, these were the true gods. The terror, the agony, the nostalgia of the heathen past was a constant torture to her mediumistic soul. She did not know what it was, but it was a kind of neuralgia in the very soul, never to be located in the human body, and yet physical. Coming over the brow of a heathy, rocky hillock, and seeing Ciccio beyond leaning deep over the plough in his white shirt-sleeves, following the slow, waving, moth-pale oxen across a small tract of land turned up in the heathen hollow, her soul would go all faint. She would almost swoon with realization of the world that had gone before. And Ciccio was so silent, there seemed so much dumb magic and anguish in him, as if he were for ever afraid of himself and the thing he was. He seemed, in his silence, to concentrate upon her so terribly. She believed she would not live. Sometimes she would go gathering acorns, large, fine acorns, a precious crop in that land where the fat pig was almost an object of veneration. Silently she would crouch, filling the pannier, and far off she would hear the sound of Giovanni chopping wood, of Ciccio calling to the oxen, or Pancrazio making noises to the ass, or the sound of a peasant's mattock. Over all the constant speech of the passing river, and the real breathing presence of the upper snows. And a wild, terrible happiness would take hold of her, beyond despair, but very like despair. No one would ever find her. She had gone beyond the world, into the pre-world. She had reopened on the old eternity. And then Maria, the little elvish old wife of Giovanni, would come up with the cows. One cow she held by a rope round its horns, and she hauled it from the patches of young corn into the rough grass, from the little plantation of trees in among the heath. Maria wore the full pleated, white-sleeved dress of the peasants, and a red kerchief on her head. But her dress was dirty, and her face was dirty, and the big gold rings of her ears hung from ears which perhaps had never been washed. She was rather smoke-dried, too, from perpetual wood smoke. Maria, in her red kerchief, hauling the white cow and screaming at it, would come laughing towards Alvina, who was rather afraid of cows, and then, screaming high in dialect, Maria would talk to her. Alvina smiled and tried to understand. Impossible. It was not strictly a human speech. It was rather like the crying of half-articulate animals. It certainly was not Italian. And yet Alvina, by dint of constant hearing, began to pick up the coagulated phrases. She liked Maria. She liked them all. They were all very kind to her, as far as they knew. But they did not know. And they were kind with each other. For they all seemed lost, like lost, forlorn aborigines, and they treated Alvina as if she were a higher being. They loved her that she would strip maize cobs or pick acorns. But they were all anxious to serve her, and it seemed as if they needed some one to serve. It seemed as if Alvina, the Englishwoman, had a certain magic glamour for them, and as long as she was happy, it was a supreme joy and relief to them to have her there. But it seemed to her she would not live. And when she was unhappy, the dreadful days of cold rain mingled with sleet, when the world outside was more than impossible, and the house inside was a horror. The natives kept themselves alive by going about constantly working, dumb and elemental. But what was Alvina to do? For the house was unspeakable. The only two habitable rooms were the kitchen and Alvina's bedroom, and the kitchen, with its little grated windows high up in the wall, one of which had a broken pane and must keep one half of its shutters closed, was like a dark cavern, vaulted and bitter with wood smoke. Seated on the settle before the fire, the hard greasy settle, Alvina could indeed keep the fire going with faggots of green oak. But the smoke hurt her chest, she was not clean for one moment, and she could do nothing else. The bedroom again was just impossibly cold, and there was no other place. And from far away came the wild braying of an ass, primeval and desperate in the snow. The house was quite large, but uninhabitable. Downstairs, on the left of the wide passage where the ass occasionally stood out of the weather, and where the chickens wandered in search of treasure, was a big, long apartment, where Pancrazio kept implements and tools, and potatoes and pumpkins, and where 4 or 5 rabbits hopped unexpectedly out of the shadows. Opposite this, on the right, was the cantina, a dark place with wine barrels and more agricultural stores. This was the whole of the downstairs. Going upstairs, half-way up, at the turn of the stairs was the opening of a sort of barn, a great wire netting behind, which showed a glow of orange maize cobs and some wheat. Upstairs were 4 rooms, but Alvina's room alone was furnished. Pancrazio slept in the unfurnished bedroom opposite, on a pile of old clothes. Beyond was a room with litter in it, a chest of drawers, and rubbish of old books and photographs Pancrazio had brought from England. There was a battered photograph of Lord Leighton, among others. The 4th room, approached through the corn chamber, was always locked. Outside was just as hopeless. There had been a little garden within the stone enclosure, but fowls, geese, and the ass had made an end of this. Fowl droppings were everywhere, indoors and out. The ass left his pile of droppings to steam in the winter air on the threshold, while his heart-rending bray rent the air. Roads there were none, only deep tracks, like profound ruts with rocks in them, in the hollows, and rocky grooved tracks over the brows. The hollow grooves were full of mud and water, and one struggled slipperily from rock to rock, or along narrow grass ledges. What was to be done, then, on mornings that were dark with sleet? Pancrazio would bring a kettle of hot water at about 8:30, for had he not travelled Europe with English gentlemen, as a sort of model valet? Had he not loved his English gentlemen? Even now he was infinitely happier performing these little attentions for Alvina than attending to his wretched domains. Ciccio rose early, and went about in the haphazard, useless way of Italians all day long, getting nothing done. Alvina came out of the icy bedroom to the black kitchen. Pancrazio would be gallantly heating milk for her, at the end of a long stick. So she would sit on the settle and drink her coffee and milk, into which she dipped her dry bread. Then the day was before her. She washed her cup and her enamelled plate, and she tried to clean the kitchen. But Pancrazio had on the fire a great black pot, dangling from the chain. He was boiling food for the eternal pig, the only creature for which any cooking was done. Ciccio was tramping in with faggots. Pancrazio went in and out, back and forth from his pot. Alvina stroked her brow, and decided on a method. Once she was rid of Pancrazio, she would wash every cup and plate and utensil in boiling water. Well, at last Pancrazio went off with his great black pan, and she set to. But there were not 6 pieces of crockery in the house, and not more than 6 cooking utensils. These were soon scrubbed. Then she scrubbed the 2 little tables and the shelves. She lined the food chest with clean paper. She washed the high window ledges and the narrow mantelpiece, that had large mounds of dusty candle wax in deposits. Then she tackled the settle. She scrubbed it also. Then she looked at the floor, and even she, English housewife as she was, realised the futility of trying to wash it. As well try to wash the earth itself outside. It was just a piece of stone-laid earth. She swept it as well as she could, and made a little order in the faggot heap in the corner. Then she washed the little, high-up windows to try and let in light. And what was the difference? A dank, wet, soapy smell, and not much more. Maria had kept scuffling admiringly in and out, crying her wonderment and approval. She had most ostentatiously chased out an obtrusive hen from this temple of cleanliness, and that was all. It was hopeless. The same black walls, the same floor, the same cold from behind, the same green oak wood smoke, the same bucket of water from the well, the same come and go of aimless busy men, the same cackle of wet hens, the same hopeless nothingness. Alvina stood up against it for a time, and then she caught a bad cold, and was wretched. Probably it was the wood smoke, but her chest was raw, she felt weak and miserable. She could not sit in her bedroom, for it was too cold. If she sat in the darkness of the kitchen she was hurt with smoke, and perpetually cold behind her neck. And Pancrazio rather resented the amount of faggots consumed for nothing. The only hope would have been in work, but there was nothing in that house to be done. How could she even sew? She was to prepare the midday and evening meals, but with no pots, and over a smoking wood fire, what could she prepare? Black and greasy, she boiled potatoes and fried meat in lard, in a long-handled frying pan. Then Pancrazio decreed that Maria should prepare macaroni with the tomato sauce, and thick vegetable soup, and sometimes polenta. The coarse, heavy food was wearying beyond words. Alvina began to feel she would die, in the awful comfortless meaningless of it all. True, sunny days returned and some magic, but she was weak and feverish with her cold, which would not get better, so that even in the sunshine the crude comfortlessness and inferior savagery of the place only repelled her. The others were depressed when she was unhappy. "Do you wish you were back in England?" Ciccio asked her, with a little sardonic bitterness in his voice. She looked at him without answering. He ducked and went away. "We will make a fireplace in the other bedroom," said Pancrazio. No sooner said than done. Ciccio persuaded Alvina to stay in bed a few days. She was thankful to take refuge. Then she heard a rare come and go. Pancrazio, Ciccio, Giovanni, Maria, and the mason all set about the fireplace. Up and down stairs they went, Maria carrying stone and lime on her head, and swerving in Alvina's doorway with her burden perched aloft to shout a few unintelligible words. In the intervals of lime carrying she brought the invalid her soup, or her coffee, or her hot milk. It turned out quite a good job, a pleasant room with 2 windows, that would have all the sun in the afternoon, and would see the mountains on one hand, the far-off village perched up on the other. When she was well enough they set off one early Monday morning to the market in Ossona. They left the house by starlight, but dawn was coming by the time they reached the river. At the high road Pancrazio harnessed the ass, and after endless delay they jogged off to Ossona. The dawning mountains were wonderful, dim green and mauve and rose. The ground rang with frost. Along the roads many peasants were trooping to market, women in their best dresses, some of thick heavy silk with the white full-sleeved bodices, dresses green, lavender, dark red, with gay kerchiefs on the head, men muffled in cloaks, treading silently in their pointed skin sandals, asses with loads, carts full of peasants, a belated cow. The market was lovely, there in the crown of the pass, in the old town, on the frosty sunny morning. Bulls, cows, sheep, pigs, goats stood and lay about under the bare little trees on the platform high over the valley. Some one had kindled a great fire of brushwood, and men crowded round, out of the blue frost. From laden asses vegetables were unloaded, from little carts all kinds of things, boots, pots, tinware, hats, sweet things, and heaps of corn and beans and seeds. By 8 o'clock in the December morning the market was in full swing. A great crowd of handsome mountain people, all peasants, nearly all in costume, with different head-dresses. Ciccio and Pancrazio and Alvina went quietly about. They bought pots and pans and vegetables and sweet things and thick rush matting, and 2 wooden armchairs, and 1 old soft armchair, going quietly and bargaining modestly among the crowd, as Anglicised Italians do. The sun came on to the market at about 9 o'clock, and then, from the terrace of the town gate, Alvina looked down on the wonderful sight of all the coloured dresses of the peasant women, the black hats of the men, the heaps of goods, the squealing pigs, the pale lovely cattle, the many tethered asses, and she wondered if she would die before she became one with it altogether. It was impossible for her to become one with it altogether. Ciccio would have to take her to England again, or to America. He was always hinting at America. But then Italy might enter the war. Even here it was the great theme of conversation. She looked down on the seethe of the market. The sun was warm on her. Ciccio and Pancrazio were bargaining for 2 cowskin rugs. She saw Ciccio standing with his head rather forward. Her husband! She felt her heart die away within her. All those other peasant women, did they feel as she did, the same sort of acquiescent passion, the same lapse of life? She believed they did. The same helpless passion for the man, the same remoteness from the world's actuality. Probably, under all their tension of money and money-grubbing and vindictive mountain morality, and rather horrible religion, probably they felt the same. She was one with them, but she could never endure it for a lifetime. It was only a test on her. Ciccio must take her to America, or England. To America preferably. And even as he turned to look for her, she felt a strange thrilling in her bowels, a sort of trill strangely within her, yet extraneous to her. She caught her hand to her flank, and Ciccio was looking up for her from the market beneath, searching with that quick, hasty look. He caught sight of her. She seemed to glow with a delicate light for him, there beyond all the women. He came straight towards her, smiling his slow, enigmatic smile. He could not bear it if he lost her. She knew how he loved her, almost inhumanly, elementally, without communication. And she stood with her hand to her side, her face frightened. She hardly noticed him. It seemed to her she was with child, and yet in the whole market-place she was aware of nothing but him. "We have bought the skins," he said. 27 lire each." She looked at him, his dark skin, his golden eyes, so near to her, so unified with her, yet so incommunicably remote. How far off was his being from hers! "I believe I'm going to have a child," she said. "Eh?" he ejaculated quickly, but he had understood. His eyes shone weirdly on her. She felt the strange terror and loveliness of his passion, and she wished she could lie down there by that town gate in the sun and swoon for ever, unconscious. Living was almost too great a demand on her. His yellow, luminous eyes watched her and enveloped her. There was nothing for her but to yield, yield, yield. And yet she could not sink to earth. She saw Pancrazio carrying the skins to the little cart, which was tilted up under a small, pale-stemmed tree on the platform above the valley. Then she saw him making his way quickly back through the crowd to rejoin them. "Did you feel something?" said Ciccio. "Yes, here," she said, pressing her hand on her side, as the sensation trilled once more upon her consciousness. She looked at him with remote, frightened eyes. "That's good," he said, his eyes full of a triumphant, incommunicable meaning. "Well, and now," said Pancrazio, coming up, "shall we go and eat something?" They jogged home in the little flat cart in the wintry afternoon. It was almost night before they had got the ass untackled from the shafts, at the wild, lonely house where Pancrazio left the cart. Giovanni was there with the lantern. Ciccio went on ahead with Alvina, whilst the others stood to load up the ass by the highway. Ciccio watched Alvina carefully. When they were over the river, and among the dark scrub, he took her in his arms and kissed her with long, terrible passion. She saw the snow ridges flare with evening beyond his cheek. They had glowed dawn as she crossed the river, outwards. They were white fiery now, in the dusk sky, as she returned. What strange valley of shadow was she threading? What was the terrible man's passion that haunted her like a dark angel? Why was she so much beyond herself? End of Chapter 15. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 16 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Suspense. Christmas was at hand. There was a heap of maize cobs still unstripped. Alvina sat with Ciccio stripping them in the corn place. "Will you be able to stop here till the baby is born?" he asked her. She watched the films of the leaves come off from the burning gold maize cob under his fingers, the long ruddy cone of fruition. The heap of maize on one side burned like hot sunshine. She felt it really gave off warmth, it glowed, it burned. On the other side the filmy, crackly, sere sheaths were also faintly sunny. Again and again the long, red gold full ear of corn came clear in his hands, and was put gently aside. He looked up at her, with his yellow eyes. "Yes, I think so," she said. "Will you?" "Yes, if they let me. I should like it to be born here." "Would you like to bring up a child here?" she asked. "You wouldn't be happy here so long," he said sadly. "Would you?" He slowly shook his head, indefinite. She was settling down. She had her room upstairs, her cups and plates and spoons, her own things. Pancrazio had gone back to his old habit. He went across and ate with Giovanni and Maria. Ciccio and Alvina had their meals in their pleasant room upstairs. They were happy alone. Only sometimes the terrible influence of the place preyed on her. However, she had a clean room of her own, where she could sew and read. She had written to the matron and Mrs. Tuke, and Mrs. Tuke had sent books. Also she helped Ciccio when she could, and Maria was teaching her to spin the white sheep's wool into coarse thread. This morning Pancrazio and Giovanni had gone off somewhere. Alvina and Ciccio were alone on the place, stripping the last maize. Suddenly, in the grey morning air, a wild music burst out, the drone of a bagpipe, and a man's high voice, half singing, half yelling a brief verse, at the end of which a wild flourish on some other reedy wood instrument. Alvina sat still in surprise. It was a strange, high, rapid, yelling music, the very voice of the mountains. Beautiful, in our musical sense of the word, it was not. But oh, the magic, the nostalgia of the untamed, heathen past which it evoked. "It is for Christmas," said Ciccio. "They will come every day now." Alvina rose and went round to the little balcony. Two men stood below, amid the crumbling of finely falling snow. One, the elder, had a bagpipe, whose bag was patched with shirting. The younger was dressed in greenish clothes. He had his face lifted, and was yelling the verses of the unintelligible Christmas ballad, short, rapid verses, followed by a brilliant flourish on a short wooden pipe he held ready in his hand. Alvina felt he was going to be out of breath. But no, rapid and high came the next verse after verse, with the wild scream on the little new pipe in between, over the roar of the bagpipe. and the crumbs of snow were like a speckled veil, faintly drifting the atmosphere, and powdering the littered threshold where they stood, a threshold littered with faggots, leaves, straw, fowls and geese, and ass droppings, and rag thrown out from the house, and pieces of paper. The carol suddenly ended. The young man snatched off his hat to Alvina, who stood above, and in the same breath he was gone, followed by the bagpipe. Alvina saw them dropping hurriedly down the incline between the twiggy wild oaks. "They will come every day now till Christmas," said Ciccio. "They go to every house." And sure enough, when Alvina went down, in the cold silent house, and out to the well in the still crumbling snow, she heard the sound far off, strange, yelling, wonderful, and the same ache for she knew not what overcame her, so that she felt one might go mad, there in the veiled silence of these mountains, in the great hilly valley cut off from the world. Ciccio worked all day on the land or round about. He was building a little earth closet also. The obvious and unscreened place outside was impossible. It was curious how little he went to Pescocalascio, how little he mixed with the natives. He seemed always to withhold something from them. Only with his relatives, of whom he had many, he was more free, in a kind of family intimacy. Yet even here he was guarded. His uncle at the mill, an unwashed, fat man with a wife who tinkled with gold and grime, and who shouted a few lost words of American, insisted on giving Alvina wine, and a sort of cake, made with cheese and rice. Ciccio too was feasted, in the dark hole of a room, and the two natives seemed to press their cheer on Alvina and Ciccio wholeheartedly. "How nice they are," said Alvina, when she had left. "They give so freely." But Ciccio smiled a wry smile, silent. "Why do you make a face?" she said. "It's because you are a foreigner, and they think you will go away again," he said. "But I should have thought that would make them less generous," she said. "No, they like to give to foreigners. They don't like to give to the people here. Giacomo puts water in the wine which he sells to the people who go by. And if I leave the donkey in her shed, I give Marta Maria something, or the next time she won't let me have it. Ha! They are sly ones, the people here." "They are like that everywhere," said Alvina. "Yes, but nowhere they say so many bad things about people as here. Nowhere where I have ever been." It was strange to Alvina to feel the deep bedrock distrust which all the hill peasants seemed to have of one another. They were watchful, venomous, dangerous. "Ah," said Pancrazio, "I am glad there is a woman in my house once more." "But did nobody come in and do for you before?" asked Alvina. "Why didn't you pay somebody?" "Nobody will come," said Pancrazio, in his slow, aristocratic English. "Nobody will come, because I am a man, and if somebody should see her at my house, they will all talk." "Talk?" Alvina looked at the deeply lined man of 66. "But what will they say?" "Many bad things. Many bad things indeed. They are not good people here. All saying bad things, and all jealous. They don't like me because I have a house. They think I am too much a signore. They say to me, 'Why do you think you are a signore?' Oh, they are bad people. Envious. You cannot have anything to do with them." "They're nice to me," said Alvina. "They think you will go away. But if you stay, they will say bad things. You must wait. Oh, they are evil people. Evil against one another. Against everybody but strangers who don't know them." Alvina felt the curious passion in Pancrazio's voice, the passion of a man who has lived for many years in England, and known the social confidence of England, and who, coming back, is deeply injured by the ancient malevolence of the remote, somewhat gloomy hill peasantry. She understood also why he was so glad to have her in his house, so proud, why he loved serving her. She seemed to see a fairness, a luminousness in the northern soul, something free, touched with divinity such as these people here lacked entirely. When she went to Ossona with him, she knew everybody questioned him about her and Ciccio. She began to get the drift of the questions, which Pancrazio answered with reserve. "And how long are they staying?" This was an invariable, envious question. And invariably Pancrazio answered with a reserved, "Some months, as long as they like." And Alvina could feel waves of black envy go out against Pancrazio, because she was domiciled with him, and because she sat with him in the flat cart, driving to Ossona. Yet Pancrazio himself was a study. He was thin and very shabby and rather out of shape. Only in his yellow eyes lurked a strange sardonic fire and a leer which puzzled her. When Ciccio happened to be out in the evening, he would sit with her and tell her stories of Lord Leighton and Millais and Alma Tadema, and other academicians, dead and living. There would sometimes be a strange passivity on his worn face, an impassive, almost Red Indian look. And then again he would stir into a curious, arch, malevolent laugh, for all the world like a debauched old tom-cat. His narration was like this, either simple, bare, stoical, with a touch of nobility, or else satiric, malicious, with a strange, rather repellent jeering. "Leighton, he wasn't Lord Leighton then, he wouldn't have me to sit for him, because my figure was too poor, he didn't like it. He liked fair young men with plenty of flesh. But once, when he was doing a picture, I don't know if you know it, it is a crucifixion, with a man on a cross and—" He described the picture. "No, well, the model had to be tied up, hanging on to a wooden cross. And it made you suffer. Ah!" Here the odd, arch, diabolic yellow flare lit up through the stoicism of Pancrazio's eyes. "Because Leighton, he was cruel to his model. He wouldn't let you rest. 'Damn you, you've got to keep still till I've finished with you, you devil,' so he said. Well, for this man on the cross, he couldn't get a model who would do it for him. They all tried it once, but they would not go again. So they said to him, he must try Califano, because Califano was the only man who would stand it. At last then he sent for me. 'I don't like your damned figure, Califano,' he said to me, 'but nobody will do this if you won't. Now will you do it?' 'Yes,' I said, 'I will.' So he tied me up on the cross, and he paid me well, so I stood it. Well, he kept me tied up, hanging, you know, forwards, naked on this cross, for 4 hours. And then it was luncheon. And after luncheon he would tie me again. Well, I suffered. I suffered so much that I must lean against the wall to support me, to walk home. And in the night I could not sleep. I could cry with the pains in my arms and my ribs. I had no sleep. 'You've said you'd do it, so now you must,' he said to me. 'And I will do it,' I said. And so he tied me up. This cross, you know, was on a little raised place. I don't know what you call it." "A platform?" suggested Alvina. "A platform. Now one day when he came to do something to me, when I was tied up, he slipped back over this platform, and he pulled me, who was tied on the cross, with him. So we all fell down, he with the naked man on top of him, and the heavy cross on top of us both. I could not move, because I was tied. And it was so, with me on top of him, and the heavy cross, that he could not get out. So he had to lie, shouting underneath me, until someone came to the studio to untie me. No, we were not hurt, because the top of the cross fell, so that it did not crush us. 'Now you have had a taste of the cross,' I said to him. 'Yes, you devil, but I shan't let you off,' he said to me. To make the time go, he would ask me questions. Once he said, 'Now, Califano, what time is it? I give you 3 guesses, and if you guess right once, I give you 6pence. So I guessed 3 o'clock. That's 1. Now then, what time is it? Again, 3 o'clock. That's 2 guesses gone, you silly devil. Now then, what time is it? So now I was obstinate, and I said 3 o'clock. He took out his watch. 'Why, damn you, how did you know? I give you a shilling.' It was 3 o'clock, as I said, so he gave me a shilling instead of a 6pence, as he had said. It was strange, in the silent winter afternoon, downstairs in the black kitchen, to sit drinking a cup of tea with Pancrazio, and hearing these stories of English painters. It was strange to look at the battered figure of Pancrazio, and think how much he had been crucified through the long years in London, for the sake of late Victorian art. It was strangest of all to see through his yellow, often dull, red-rimmed eyes, these blithe and well-conditioned painters. Pancrazio looked on them admiringly and contemptuously, as an old rakish tom-cat might look on such frivolous, well-groomed young gentlemen. As a matter of fact, Pancrazio had never been rakish or debauched, but mountain moral, timid, so that the queer, half-sinister drop of his eyelids was curious, and the strange, wicked yellow flare that came into his eyes was almost frightening. There was in the man a sort of sulphur-yellow flame of passion, which would light up in his battered body, and give him an almost diabolical look. Alvina felt that if she were left much alone with him, she would need all her English ascendancy not to be afraid of him. It was a Sunday morning, just before Christmas, when Alvina and Ciccio and Pancrazio set off for Pescocalascio for the first time. Snow had fallen, not much round the house, but deep between the banks as they climbed, and the sun was very bright, so that the mountains were dazzling. The snow was wet on the roads. They wound between oak trees and under the broom scrub, climbing over the jumbled hills that lay between the mountains, until the village came near. They got on to a broader track, where the path from a distant village joined theirs. They were all talking, in the bright clear air of the morning. A little man came down an upper path. As he joined them near the village, he hailed them in English. "Good morning! Nice morning!" "Does everybody speak English here?" asked Alvina. "I have been 18 years in Glasgow. I am only here for a trip." He was a little Italian shopkeeper from Glasgow. He was most friendly, insisted on paying for drinks, and coffee, and almond biscuits for Alvina. Evidently he also was grateful to Britain. The village was wonderful. It occupied the crown of an eminence in the midst of the wide valley. From the terrace of the high road the valley spread below, with all its jumble of hills, and 2 rivers set in the walls of the mountains, a wide space, but imprisoned. It glistened with snow under the blue sky, but the lowest hollows were brown. In the distance a sonar hung at the edge of a platform. Many villages clung like pale swarms of birds to the far slopes, or perched on the hills beneath. It was a world within a world, a valley of many hills and townlets and streams shut in beyond access. Pescocalascio itself was crowded. The roads were sloppy with snow, but none the less peasants in full dress, their feet soaked in the skin sandals, were trooping in the sun, purchasing, selling, bargaining for cloth, talking all the time. In the shop, which was also a sort of inn, an ancient woman was making coffee over a charcoal brazier, while a crowd of peasants sat at the tables at the back, eating the food they had brought. Post was due at midday. Ciccio went to fetch it, whilst Pancrazio took Alvina to the summit, to the castle. There, in the level region, boys were snowballing and shouting. The ancient castle, badly cracked by the last earthquake, looked wonderfully down on the valley of many hills beneath, Califano a speck down the left, Ossona a blot to the right, suspended, its towers and its castle clear in the light. Behind the castle of Pescocalascio was a deep, steep valley, almost a gorge, at the bottom of which a river ran, and where Pancrazio pointed out the electricity works of the village, deep in the gloom. Above this gorge, at the end, rose the long slopes of the mountains, up to the vivid snow, and across again was the wall of the Abruzzi. They went down, past the ruined houses broken by the earthquake. Ciccio still had not come with the post. A crowd surged at the post-office door, in a steep, black, wet side street. Alvina's feet were sodden. Pancrazio took her to the place where she could drink coffee and a strega to make her warm. On the platform of the highway, above the valley, people were parading in the hot sun. Alvina noticed some ultra-smart young men. They came up to Pancrazio, speaking English. Alvina hated their Cockney accent and florid, showy, vulgar presence. They were more models. Pancrazio was cool with them. Alvina sat apart from the crowd of peasants, on a chair the old crone had ostentatiously dusted for her. Pancrazio ordered beer for himself. Ciccio came with letters, long-delayed letters that had been censored. Alvina's heart went down. The first she opened was from Miss Pinnegar, all war and fear and anxiety. The second was a letter, a real insulting letter from Dr. Mitchell. I little thought at the time when I was hoping to make you my wife, that you were carrying on with a dirty Italian organ grinder. So your fair-seeming face covered the schemes and vice of your true nature. Well, I can only thank Providence which spared me the disgust and shame of marrying you, and I hope that when I meet you on the streets of Leicester Square I shall have forgiven you sufficiently to be able to throw you a coin." Here was a pretty little epistle. In spite of herself, she went pale and trembled. She glanced at Ciccio. Fortunately he was turning round talking to another man. She rose and went to the ruddy brazier, as if to warm her hands. She threw on the screwed-up letter. The old crone said something unintelligible to her. She watched the letter catch fire, glanced at the peasants at the table, and out at the wide, wild valley. The world beyond could not help, but it still had the power to injure one here. She felt she had received a bitter blow. A black hatred for the Mitchells of this world filled her. She could hardly bear to open the third letter. It was from Mrs. Tuke, and again all war. Would Italy join the Allies? She ought to. Her every interest lay that way. Could Alvina bear to be so far off, when such terrible events were happening near home? Could she possibly be happy? Nurses were so valuable now. She, Mrs. Tuke, had volunteered. She would do whatever she could. She had had to leave off nursing Jennifer, who had an excellent Scotch nurse, much better than a mother. Well, Alvina and Mrs. Tuke might yet meet in some hospital in France. So the letter ended. Alvina sat down, pale and trembling. Pancrazio was watching her curiously. "Have you bad news?" he asked. "Only the war." "Ah!" and the Italian gesture of half-bitter, "What can one do?" They were talking war, all talking war. The dandy young models had left England because of the war, expecting Italy to come in. And everybody talked, talked, talked. Alvina looked round her. It all seemed alien to her, bruising upon the spirit. "Do you think I shall ever be able to come here alone and do my shopping by myself?" she asked. "You must never come alone," said Pancrazio, in his curious, benevolent courtesy. "Either Ciccio or I will come with you. You must never come so far alone." "Why not?" she said. "You are a stranger here. You are not a contadina." Alvina could feel the Oriental idea of women, which still leaves its mark on the Mediterranean, threatening her with surveillance and subjection. She sat in her chair with cold wet feet, looking at the sunshine outside, the wet snow, the moving figures in the strong light, the men drinking at the counter, the cluster of peasant women bargaining for dress material. Ciccio was still turning, talking in the rapid way to his neighbour. She knew it was war. She noticed the movement of his finely modelled cheek, a little sallow this morning. And she rose hastily. "I want to go into the sun," she said. When she stood above the valley in the strong, tiring light, she glanced round. Ciccio inside the shop had risen, but he was still turning to his neighbour, and was talking with all his hands and all his body. He did not talk with his mind and lips alone. His whole physique, his whole living body spoke and uttered and emphasised itself. A certain weariness possessed her. She was beginning to realise something about him, how he had no sense of home and domestic life, as an Englishman has. Ciccio's home would never be his castle. His castle was the piazza of Pescocalascio. His home was nothing to him but a possession and a hole to sleep in. He didn't live in it. He lived in the open air and in the community. When the true Italian came out in him, his veriest home was the piazza of Pescocalascio, the little sort of market-place where the roads met in the village, under the castle, and where the men stood in groups and talked, talked, talked. This was where Ciccio belonged, his active, mindful self. His active, mindful self was none of hers. She only had his passive self, and his family passion. His masculine mind and intelligence had its home in the little public square of his village. She knew this as she watched him now, with all his body talking politics. He could not break off till he had finished. And then, with a swift, intimate handshake to the group with whom he had been engaged, he came away, putting all his interest off from himself. She tried to make him talk and discuss with her, but he wouldn't. An obstinate spirit made him darkly refuse masculine conversation with her. "If Italy goes to war you will have to join up?" she asked him. "Yes," he said, with a smile at the futility of the question. "And I shall have to stay here?" He nodded, rather gloomily. "Do you want to go?" she persisted. "No, I don't want to go." "But you think Italy ought to join in?" "Yes, I do." "Then you do want to go?" "I want to go if Italy goes in. And she ought to go in." Curious, he was somewhat afraid of her. He half venerated her and half despised her. When she tried to make him discuss, in the masculine way, he shut obstinately against her, something like a child, and the slow, fine smile of dislike came on his face. Instinctively he shut off all masculine communication from her, particularly politics and religion. He would discuss both, violently, with other men. In politics he was something of a socialist, in religion a free thinker. But all this had nothing to do with Alvina. He would not enter on a discussion in English. Somewhere in her soul she knew the finality of his refusal to hold discussion with a woman. So, though at times her heart hardened with indignant anger, she let herself remain outside. The more so, as she felt that in matters intellectual he was rather stupid. Let him go to the piazza or to the wine-shop, and talk. To do him justice, he went little. Pescocalascio was only half his own village. The nostalgia, the campanilismo from which Italians suffer, the craving to be in sight of the native church tower, to stand and talk in the native market-place or piazza, this was only half formed in Ciccio, taken away as he had been from Pescocalascio when so small a boy. He spent most of his time working in the fields and woods, most of his evenings at home, often weaving a special kind of fish-net, or net-basket, from fine, frail strips of cane. It was a work he had learned at Naples long ago. Alvina meanwhile would sew for the child, or spin wool. She became quite clever at drawing the strands of wool from her distaff, rolling them fine and even between her fingers, and keeping her bobbin rapidly spinning away below, dangling at the end of the thread. To tell the truth, she was happy in the quietness with Ciccio, now they had their own pleasant room. She loved his presence. She loved the quality of his silence, so rich and physical. She felt he was never very far away, that he was a good deal a stranger in Califano, as she was, that he clung to her presence as she to his. Then Pancrazio also contrived to serve her and shelter her. He too loved her for being there. They both revered her because she was with child, so that she lived more and more in a little, isolate, illusory, wonderful world then, content, moreover, because the living cost so little. She had £60 of her own money, always intact in the little case. And after all, the highway beyond the river led to Ossona, and Ossona gave access to the railway, and the railway would take her anywhere. So the month of January passed, with its short days and its bits of snow and bursts of sunshine. On sunny days Alvina walked down to the desolate river-bed which fascinated her. When Pancrazio was carrying up stone or lime on the ass, she accompanied him. And Pancrazio was always carrying up something, for he loved the extraneous jobs, like building a fireplace, much more than the heavy work of the land. Then she would find little tufts of wild narcissus among the rocks, gold-scented, pale little things, many on one stem. And their scent was powerful and magical, like the sound of the men who came all those days and sang before Christmas. She loved them. There was green hellebore too, a fascinating plant, and one or two little treasures, the last of the rose-coloured alpine cyclamens near the earth, with snakeskin leaves, and so rose, like violets for shadowiness. She sat and cried over the first she found, heaven knows why. In February, as the days opened, the first almond trees flowered among grey olives, in warm, level corners between the hills. But it was March before the real flowering began. And then she had continual bowlfuls of white and blue violets. She had sprays of almond blossom, silver warm and lustrous, then sprays of peach and apricot, pink and fluttering. It was a great joy to wander looking for flowers. She came upon a bank-side, all wide with lavender crocuses. The sun was on them for the moment, and they were opened flat, great 5-pointed, 7-pointed lilac stars with burning centres, burning with a strange lavender flame, as she had seen some metal burn lilac-flamed in the laboratory of the hospital at Islington. All down the oak-dry bank-side they burned their great exposed stars, and she felt like going down on her knees and bending her forehead to the earth in an oriental submission, they were so royal, so lovely, so supreme. She came again to them in the morning, when the sky was grey, and they were closed, sharp clubs, wonderfully fragile on their stems of sap, among leaves and old grass and wild periwinkle. They had wonderful dark stripes running up their cheeks, the crocuses, like the clear proud stripes on a badger's face, or on some proud cat. She took a handful of the sappy, shut, striped flames. In a room they opened into a grand bowl of lilac fire. March was a lovely month. The men were busy in the hills. She wandered, extending her range, sometimes with a strange fear, but it was a fear of the elements rather than of man. One day she went along the high road with her letters, towards the village of Casa Latina. The high road was depressing wherever there were houses, for the houses had that sordid, ramshackle, slummy look almost invariable on an Italian high road. They were patched with a hideous greenish mould colour, blotched as if with leprosy. It frightened her, till Pancrazio told her it was only the copper sulphate that had sprayed the vines hitched on to the walls. But none the less the houses were sordid, unkempt, slummy. One house by itself could make a complete slum. Casa Latina was across the valley in the shadow. Approaching it were rows of low cabins, fairly new. They were the one-storey dwellings commanded after the earthquake, and hideous they were. The village itself was old, dark, in perpetual shadow of the mountain. Streams of cold water ran round it. The piazza was gloomy, forsaken. But there was a great, twin-towered church, wonderful from outside. She went inside and was almost sick with repulsion. The place was large, whitewashed, and crowded with figures in glass cases and ex-voto offerings. The lousy-looking, dressed-up dolls, life-size and tinselly, that stood in the glass cases, the blood-streaked Jesus on the crucifix, the mouldering, mumbling, filthy peasant women on their knees. All the sense of trashy, repulsive, degraded fetish worship was too much for her. She hurried out, shrinking from the contamination of the dirty leather door curtain. Enough of Casa Latina. She could never go there again. She was beginning to feel that, if she lived in this part of the world at all, she must avoid the inside of it. She must never, if she could help it, enter into any interior but her own. Neither into house nor church, nor even shop or post-office, if she could help it. The moment she went through a door, the sense of dark repulsiveness came over her. If she was to save her sanity, she must keep to the open air, and avoid any contact with human interiors. When she thought of the insides of the native people, she shuddered with repulsion, as in the great degraded church of Casa Latina. They were horrible. Yet the outside world was so fair. Corn and maize were growing green and silken. Vines were in the small bud. Everywhere little grape hyacinths hung their blue bells. It was a pity they reminded her of the many-breasted Artemis, a picture of whom, or of whose statue, she had seen somewhere. Artemis with her cluster of breasts was horrible to her, now she had come south, nauseating beyond words, and the milky grape hyacinths reminded her. She turned with thankfulness to the magenta anemones that were so gay. Some one told her that wherever Venus had shed a tear for Adonis, one of these flowers had sprung. They were not tear-like, and yet their red-purple silkiness had something pre-world about it, at last. The more she wandered, the more the shadow of the bygone pagan world seemed to come over her. Sometimes she felt she would shriek and go mad, so strong was the influence on her. Something pre-world, and, it seemed to her now, vindictive. She seemed to feel in the air strange furies, lemures, things that had haunted her with their tomb-frenzied vindictiveness since she was a child, and had pored over the illustrated classical dictionary. Black and cruel presences were in the under air. They were furtive and slinking. They bewitched you with loveliness, and lurked with fangs to hurt you afterwards. There it was, the fangs sheathed in beauty, the beauty first, and then, horribly, inevitably, the fangs. Being a great deal alone in the strange place, fancies possessed her, people took on strange shapes, even Ciccio and Pancrazio, and it came that she never wandered far from the house, from her room, after the first months. She seemed to hide herself in her room. There she sewed and spun wool and read and learnt Italian. Her men were not at all anxious to teach her Italian. Indeed, her chief teacher, at first, was a young fellow called Bussolo. He was a model from London, and he came down to Califano sometimes, hanging about, anxious to speak English. Alvina did not care for him. He was a dandy with pale grey eyes and a heavy figure, yet he had a certain penetrating intelligence. "No, this country is a country for old men. It is only for old men," he said, talking of Pescocalascio. "You won't stop here. Nobody young can stop here." The odd, plangent certitude in his voice penetrated her, and all the young people said the same thing. They were all waiting to go away, but for the moment the war held them up. Ciccio and Pancrazio were busy with the vines. As she watched them hoeing, crouching, tying, tending, grafting, mindless and utterly absorbed, hour after hour, day after day, thinking vines, living vines, she wondered they didn't begin to sprout vine buds and vine stems from their own elbows and neck joints. There was something to her unnatural in the quality of the attention the men gave to the wine. It was a sort of worship, almost a degradation again. And heaven knows, Pancrazio's wine was poor enough, his grapes almost invariably bruised with hailstones, and half rotten instead of ripe. The loveliness of April came, with hot sunshine. Astonishing the ferocity of the sun, when he really took upon himself to blaze. Alvina was amazed. The burning day quite carried her away. She loved it. It made her quite careless about everything. She was just swept along in the powerful flood of the sunshine. In the end she felt that intense sunlight had on her the effect of night, a sort of darkness, and a suspension of life. She had to hide in her room till the cold wind blew again. Meanwhile the declaration of war drew nearer, and became inevitable. She knew Ciccio would go, and with him went the chance of her escape. She steeled herself to bear the agony of the knowledge that he would go, and she would be left alone in this place, which sometimes she hated with a hatred unspeakable. After a spell of hot, intensely dry weather she felt she would die in this valley, wither and go to powder as some exposed April roses withered and dried into dust against a hot wall. Then the cool wind came in a storm. The next day there was grey sky and soft air. The rose-coloured wild gladioli among the young green corn were a dream of beauty. The morning of the world. The lovely, pristine morning of the world before our epoch began. Rose-red gladioli among corn, in among the rocks, and small irises, black-purple and yellow blotched with brown, like a wasp, standing low in little desert places, that would seem forlorn but for this weird, dark lustrous magnificence. Then there were the tiny irises, only 1 finger tall, growing in dry places, frail as crocuses, and much tinier, and blue, blue as the eye of the morning heaven, which was a morning earlier, more pristine than ours. The lovely, translucent, pale irises, tiny and morning blue, they lasted only a few hours. But nothing could be more exquisite, like gods on earth. It was the flowers that brought back to Alvina the passionate nostalgia for the place. The human influence was a bit horrible to her. But the flowers that came out and uttered the earth in magical expression, they cast a spell on her, bewitched her, and stole her own soul away from her. She went down to Ciccio where he was weeding armfuls of rose-red gladioli from the half-grown wheat, and cutting the lushness of the first weedy herbage. He threw down his sheaves of gladioli, and with his sickle began to cut the forest of bright yellow corn marigolds. He looked intent, he seemed to work feverishly. "Must they all be cut?" she said, as she went to him. He threw aside the great armful of yellow flowers, took off his cap, and wiped the sweat from his brow. The sickle dangled loose in his hand. "We have declared war," he said. In an instant she realised that she had seen the figure of the old post-carrier dodging between the rocks. Rose red and gold yellow of the flowers swam in her eyes. Ciccio's dusk yellow eyes were watching her. She sank on her knees on a sheaf of corn marigolds. Her eyes watching him were vulnerable as if stricken to death. Indeed, she felt she would die. "You will have to go," she said. "Yes, we shall all have to go." There seemed a certain sound of triumph in his voice, cruel. She sank lower on the flowers, and her head dropped, but she would not be beaten. She lifted her face. "If you are very long," she said, "I shall go to England. I can't stand here very long without you." "You will have Pancrazio, and the child," he said. "Yes, but I shall still be by myself. I can't stay here very long without you. I shall go to England." He watched her narrowly. "I don't think they'll let you," he said. "Yes, they will." At moments she hated him. He seemed to want to crush her altogether. She was always making little plans in her mind, how she could get out of that great cruel valley and escape to Rome, to English people. She would find the English consul and he would help her. She would do anything rather than be really crushed. She knew how easy it would be, once her spirit broke, for her to die and be buried in the cemetery at Pescocalascio. And they would all be so sentimental about her, just as Pancrazio was. She felt that in some way Pancrazio had killed his wife, not consciously, but unconsciously, as Ciccio might kill her. Pancrazio would tell Alvina about his wife and her ailments, and he seemed always anxious to prove that he had been so good to her. No doubt he had been good to her also, but there was something underneath, malevolent in his spirit, some caged-in sort of cruelty, malignant beyond his control. It crept out in his stories, and it revealed itself in his fear of his dead wife. Alvina knew that in the night the elderly man was afraid of his dead wife, and of her ghost or her avenging spirit. He would huddle over the fire in fear. In the same way the cemetery had a fascination of horror for him, as, she noticed, for most of the natives. It was an ugly, square place, all stone slabs and wall cupboards, enclosed in 4 square stone walls, and lying away beneath Pescocalascio village, obvious as if it were on a plate. "That is our cemetery," Pancrazio said, pointing it out to her, "where we shall all be carried some day." And there was fear, horror in his voice. He told her how the men had carried his wife there, a long journey over the hill tracks, almost 2 hours. These were days of waiting, horrible days of waiting for Ciccio to be called up. One batch of young men left the village, and there was a lugubrious sort of saturnalia. Men and women alike got rather drunk. The young men left amid howls of lamentation and shrieks of distress. Crowds accompanied them to Assona, whence they were marched towards the railway. It was a horrible event. A shiver of horror and death went through the valley. In a lugubrious way they seemed to enjoy it. "You'll never be satisfied till you've gone," she said to Ciccio. "Why don't they be quick and call you?" "It will be next week," he said, looking at her darkly. In the twilight he came to her when she could hardly see him. "Are you sorry you came here with me, Allayé?" he asked. There was malice in the very question. She put down the spoon and looked up from the fire. He stood shadowy, his head ducked forward, the firelight faint on his enigmatic, timeless, half-smiling face. "I'm not sorry," she answered, slowly, using all her courage, "because I love you." She crouched quite still on the hearth. He turned aside his face. After a moment or two he went out. She stirred her pot slowly and sadly. She had to go downstairs for something. And there on the landing she saw him standing in the darkness with his arm over his face, as if fending a blow. "What is it?" she said, laying her hand on him. He uncovered his face. "I would take you away if I could," he said. "I can wait for you," she answered. He threw himself in a chair that stood at a table there on the broad landing, and buried his head in his arms. "Don't wait for me! Don't wait for me!" he cried, his voice muffled. "Why not?" she said, filled with terror. He made no sign. "Why not?" she insisted, and she laid her fingers on his head. He got up and turned to her. "I love you, even if it kills me," she said. But he only turned aside again, leaned his arm against the wall, and hid his face, utterly noiseless. "What is it?" she said. "What is it? I don't understand." He wiped his sleeve across his face, and turned to her. "I haven't any hope," he said, in a dull, dogged voice. She felt her heart and the child die within her. "Why?" she said. Was she to bear a hopeless child? "You have hope. Don't make a scene," she snapped, and she went downstairs as she had intended. And when she got into the kitchen she forgot what she had come for. She sat in the darkness on the seat, with all life gone dark and still. Death and eternity settled down on her. Death and eternity were settled down on her as she sat alone. And she seemed to hear him moaning upstairs, "I can't come back. I can't come back." She heard it. She heard it so distinctly that she never knew whether it had been an actual utterance, or whether it was her inner ear which had heard the inner, unutterable sound. She wanted to answer, to call to him, but she could not. Heavy, mute, powerless, she sat there like a lump of darkness in that doomed Italian kitchen. "I can't come back." She heard it so fatally. She was interrupted by the entrance of Pancrazio. "Oh!" he cried, startled when, having come near the fire, he caught sight of her. And he said something, frightened, in Italian. "Is it you? Why are you in the darkness?" he said. "I am just going upstairs again." "You frightened me." She went up to finish the preparing of the meal. Ciccio came down to Pancrazio. The latter had brought a newspaper. The two men sat on the settle, with a lamp between them, reading and talking the news. Ciccio's group was called up for the following week, as he had said. The departure hung over them like a doom. Those were perhaps the worst days of all, the days of the impending departure. Neither of them spoke about it. But the night before he left her, she could bear the silence no more. "You will come back, won't you?" she said, as he sat motionless in his chair in the bedroom. It was a hot, luminous night. There was still a late scent of orange blossom from the garden. The nightingale was shaking the air with his sound. At times other honey scents wafted from the hills. "You will come back?" she insisted. "Who knows?" he replied. "If you make up your mind to come back, you will come back. We have our fate in our hands," she said. He smiled slowly. "You think so?" he said. "I know it. If you don't come back, it will be because you don't want to. No other reason. It won't be because you can't. It'll be because you don't want to." "Who told you so?" he asked, with the same cruel smile. "I know it," she said. "All right," he answered. But he still sat with his hands abandoned between his knees. "So make up your mind," she said. He sat motionless for a long while she undressed and brushed her hair and went to bed. And still he sat there, unmoving, like a corpse. It was like having some unnatural, doomed, unbearable presence in the room. She blew out the light, that she did not see him. But in the darkness it was worse. At last he stirred, he rose. He came hesitating across to her. "I'll come back, AllayE," he said quietly. "Be damned to them all." She heard unspeakable pain in his voice. "To whom?" she said, sitting up. He did not answer, but put his arms round her. "I'll come back, and we'll go to America," he said. "You'll come back to me," she whispered, in an ecstasy of pain and relief. It was not her affair where they should go, so long as he really returned to her. "I'll come back," he said. "Sure?" she whispered, straining him to her. End of Chapter 16. Read by Tony Foster. End of The Lost Girl by D. H. Lawrence.